Brendan, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Brendan? Hello. Hey, I'm in. Can you hear me?
I can hear you on the phone. Hang on a second. Go ahead and talk.
Hello, 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 hello.
I'm not hearing you on Zoom. You there?
Yeah. Yes. Um, I'm wondering if my connection is just maybe. I just heard a ding dong on Zoom.
Can you hear me on Zoom?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
So I can hear you too.
Okay, you can hear this? You can hear me on Zoom?
Well, hang on. Let me try something. Refresh that page. Stand by one. I don't know what the heck's going on there. Bummer. Do me a favor. Mute your phone and talk.
Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
All right. I'm not hearing you.
Okay.
I'm not hearing you on.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
I'm hearing something, but I'm not sure what it is that I'm hearing.
All right. I tried. I'm going to mute my phone now. Let's try this. Can you hear me now?
I hear you, but you're really, really, really far in the background, like very distant. Are you using a headset?
Yeah. Well, I took my headset out and just put it back in. Let me.
Oh, hang on. I'm an idiot. Hang on. Go ahead. Go again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So, okay. Here's a user error. Number one for the day. Hopefully, it's my only one. I plugged in a headset. And I didn't have the headset on.
All right. I'm hanging up the phone.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. You're perfect.
Okay, good. I should be good as long as my internet doesn't drop.
Understood. So what I've done is I've asked Greg Butler, who follows you doing WinLink Wednesday. He's ready and standing by in case something goes wrong.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm good to go as long as my internet doesn't drop.
What are you using for internet?
Hotspot.
Yeah. Cool.
We're sitting up on Skyline Drive at the moment.
Okay.
Looks like an 18-year-old kid crashed his car Thursday night on Skyline Drive and ran off into the woods.
Wandered away. Yeah. Wow.
And,
no one's seen him or heard him.
Hasn't been seen or heard from since.
So. That doesn't sound so good.
Yeah. Apparently there's just broke up with his girlfriend and all kinds of stuff going on. Yeah.
That sucks.
Okay, I'm gonna step out. We're getting the tower trailer put up. So
perfect.
I'm here. I will just be on mute, and I will be back in 15 minutes or so.
So, do you mind adding your call sign to your name on Zoom?
Sure, absolutely.
Whenever you get to it, that's fine.
I'll do it right now.
Perfect. Thanks, Zach.
Okay, I'll be back.
Sounds good. Thanks. Hey, Greg. How are you?
Doing great. Just wanted to change my name here.
Awesome. So Zach is here. Not at the moment. They're out setting up some gear, but we just did a quick test and everything seems to be working. He's just a little bit worried about his internet connection on a hotspot from the Blue Ridge Parkway.
So did you see my text message?
Oh,
He could have come here.
Is that close?
Did you say he's in the Luray area?
Yes.
Yeah, so I can drive to Luray. It's 24 miles down the road from here.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, he has to stay with his team, so.
Fair enough.
So anyway, oh wow, we have 10 participants already.
That's
awesome.
Cool.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to be back in a moment. I got a couple things to take care of, and I will be back. Let's see if I can do this. Greg, do you see that splash screen there?
Yeah, it's can slide on a deck.
Yeah, perfect. All right, I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. This is Brendan, KM4HRR, and we'll get going here in just a few moments. Good morning, everybody. This is Brendan. Good to see some people here nice and early in the morning. Greg, you're looking wide awake. Oops. Well, good morning, everybody, and thanks for coming to the early show at the Virginia Section ARRL Convention presented by the Vienna Wireless Society. My name is Brendan O'Neill. My call is KM4HRR, and I will be the host for this Virginia ARES AUXCOMM 6 hours of presentations. Should be fun. We're going to start out here with a short video welcoming everybody. So let me see if I can not screw that up. Give me just a moment here, please. And we're going to get right into it.
Webinars for you today. But before we begin, welcome. I'm Andrew Strokely, K3 NHD and President of the Vienna Wireless Society. I'd like to welcome you to the first virtual Virginia Section Convention. We are thrilled to have you here. We have 3 tracks of timely, fascinating, high-quality webinars for you today. But before
Brendan, are you aware we lost the audio?
Hang on.
today, you're going to hear for yourself.
Sean, were you hearing audio?
Negative, not until just then.
Interesting. Let's try this again. Let me know if you hear audio.
The enthusiasm of passionate hams who are deeply involved in and
Yeah, the speakers to mic,
different aspects.
not direct feed into the Zoom.
Whether you choose to do a deep dive
Stand by. Oh, this is killing me. Good, bad?
Spend the day sampling the offerings.
Just coming through your,
program tracks. I hope that you'll join with me, sit back, and listen to what's
It's like it's your local speakers transmitting
Yeah.
into your microphone.
Okay, well, I don't know how to fix that. It was working this morning.
is the checkbox clicked to share audio?
It is indeed.
Okay.
All right, well, let's try this then. I'll just put my headset by and see if that helps.
Welcome. I'm Andrew Strokefate, K3 NHD and President of the Vienna Wireless Society. I'd like to welcome you to the first virtual Virginia Section Convention.
Yeah.
We are thrilled to have you here. We have 3 tracks of timely, fascinating, high-quality webinars for you today. But before we begin, I'd like to introduce Bud Hipsley and Bill Maureen of the ARRL.
Hi, I'm Bud Hipsley, W2RU. I'm Roanoke Division Director for the American Radio Relay League, and it's my pleasure to welcome you here this morning to the 2021 ARRL Virginia Section Convention, sponsored and organized by the Vienna Wireless Society. Thanks to the pandemic, this event today has been well over a year in the making. But the leaders and members of the Vienna Wireless Society have done a wonderful job of making lemonade out of a 15-month lemon called COVID-19. Today, you're going to hear for yourselves the enthusiasm of passionate hams who are deeply involved in and dedicated to many different aspects of amateur radio. And whether you choose to do a deep dive into one program track, such as emergency communications, or spend the day sampling the offerings in all 3 program tracks, I hope that you'll join with me, sit back, and listen to what's happening in amateur radio today. And at the end of the day, if you are not currently an ARRL member, I hope you'll go check out ARRL.org. I hope you'll get a copy of the membership benefits and services brochure and consider joining the league. Have a great day today.
Hi, this is Bill Marine, N2COP, Vice Director of the Roanoke Division for ARRL. Greetings from my hometown of Wilmington, North Carolina, but I want to extend my appreciation to everybody in the Vienna Wireless Society for their hard work in making this virtual Ham Fest available. It's been a long time because of pandemic restrictions since we've seen one another, but they've gone above and beyond to provide 3 tracks of information for all hams throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. Thank you for the opportunity to represent you at ARRL, and I hope you enjoy the Ham Fest.
Thank you, Bud Hipsley and Bill Maureen. We are excited today to offer fantastic content for all kinds of radio operators. I'd like to take a minute to show you what we have in store and navigate the convention. By visiting viennawireless.net and clicking on ARRL VA Section Convention and scrolling down, you will find information about the convention, including the 3 tracks. For new or returning hams, the boot camp may be of interest to you. For pertinent topics in amateur radio, the Hot Topics track will be of interest to you. If you are interested in supporting community through emergency communications, then the ARES AUXCOMM track will be for you. You can view a detailed schedule by clicking the convention schedule link below. And you can follow any track at any time by clicking on the link, and we encourage you to switch tracks to view any sessions of interest. However, while you cannot watch multiple tracks simultaneously, after the convention, if you visit viennawireless.net or our YouTube channel, you can catch any sessions you may have missed. Next, I would like to encourage you to visit our raffle page by clicking on the link to buy raffle tickets. By scrolling down, you can see some of the prizes we offer, including an AUXCOMM IC7300 and ID31A. We also have other offerings from our sponsors such as ARRL books and certificates. Scrolling down further, you'll be able to purchase tickets and support the amateur community, including the convention today. The prizes will be drawn on April 25th, and winners will be notified by email. With that, I'd like to take a minute to thank our sponsors, including West Mountain Radio, AUXCOMM, Ham Community, Ham Badgers, BioNO Power, HamCall.net, The Wireman, and Easy Way Amateur Radio Study Guides. Please take a minute to support our sponsors as they are a central part of our hobby. Finally, I'd like to thank the members of Vienna Wireless for all their effort developing the concept, planning, coordinating, and executing today's convention. This could not have happened without such a great membership. Please join me in thanking everyone who produced this wonderful event. And thank you for attending. Enjoy the convention.
All right, well, that was interesting. Had to make a little adjustment there to get it to work. I'm assuming you can all still hear me. Yeah, okay, well, I'm not getting any feedback from anybody I can see on camera. Okay, good.
Yeah, I can hear you, Brendan.
Thanks, guys, appreciate it. So we're gonna do one more thing here. Let's see if I can figure this out. All right, hey, Zach, are you with us?
I am.
Okay, excellent. So, do you mind starting just a few minutes early?
Sure.
Okay.
Let me share my.
So before you get started, there is a panelist that got assigned my name misspelt. If you could go in and rename your first, last name, and call sign. I'm not sure who that is, but please take care of that. That would be very helpful so we know who you are. And
all right, I should be sharing.
All right, great. So we're going to hear from Zach Smith. Zach is a member of the Fairfax County National Capital Region Communications Cache. And the first potential blip of this event was a text message that I received at 4 a.m. from Zach letting me know that the comms cache was deployed to a search and rescue event. So luckily, Zach was able to help his team get everything set up and running, and also able to join us here from down near, from over near Luray, Virginia area. So Zach, welcome, and take it away.
Thank you, Brendan. Can you confirm that my slides are sharing?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so like Brendan said, my name is Zach Smith. I'm with the Fairfax County Virginia Communications Cache and the National Capital Region's Communications Cache. I will preface this with I am sitting in the cab of a truck on Skyline Drive at the moment. We were activated at 3 a.m. this morning for a search and rescue here in Shenandoah National Park. So if for whatever reason my comms go down and I just disappear, I apologize, but we're communicating. We're communicating as best as we can. So Brendan asked me to very quickly today just go over the Virginia Communications Cache and what we do. We are a public safety organization that is that the state of Virginia built in 2008 with the intent to support public safety communications needs across the state. We do all sorts of communications. Our bread and butter is obviously tactical radios, tactical radio systems. That's what we were deployed for today. We got out here this morning and up on Skyline Drive at Pinnacle's Overlook, we now have a 60-foot tower up, broadcasting multiple VHF frequencies ready for the approximately 80 searchers that are actually being released out into the woods today to find the young missing man. So we do all sorts of tactical radios, VHF, UHF, 700 and 800 systems. We primarily use Motorola and ARES public safety radios. We have repeaters, tactical field portable repeaters in all of those frequency bands. And they're both portable as well as infrastructure repeaters. Most of our repeaters, we're moving towards Codan repeaters right now, and a little bit away from Motorola just because we're finding them a lot easier to work with and a lot more user friendly. but we can support radio systems, and we can incorporate our gear into pretty much any kind of public safety radio system out there: analog, digital, conventional, trunked, and P25. Across the entire state cache, we have over 2,000 portable radios available for deployment. As part of those radio systems, we obviously, like I said, we have towers available. The picture, the second one to the left there, is the one we have deployed right in front of me here on Skyline today. But these tower trailers are available to be basically towed anywhere that they're needed, and can be set up within a matter of an hour or two to have repeated frequencies ready for public safety use. As part of that, we also do a lot of radio interoperability work, taking disparate public safety systems and ensuring that they have the ability to talk to one another. We do this through a number of different ways. We utilize multiple radio gateway systems. Everything from the very basic but pretty much bomb-proof ICRI to the much more advanced and much more capable SciTech Rios system. And again, we have the ability to take basically any 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 radio systems being used by public safety and gateway them together to ensure that public safety is able to use their own radio in whatever scene or whatever scenario they're going into. A lot of times public safety users would rather use the radio that they carry on their hip every day, as opposed to being handed a brand new radio off the back of a truck somewhere, just because of a level of familiarity that they have with it. Likewise, we're able to patch and gateway in a number of other things, cellular and satellite communications, aeronautical and maritime communications, as well as radio over IP and voice over IP systems. We utilize a lot of interoperability channels, public safety interoperability channels, everything from the national interoperability channels, which you can find in the NIFOG. The state of Virginia itself has some Virginia-specific interoperability channels, and we also have access to state and regional radio systems. So we can very easily add our radios into state and regional radio systems across the state of Virginia to bring our radios up on a jurisdiction's trunked system, for example. We also have the ability to do field expedient programming of our radios. So if we walk into a scenario or walk into something where we do not have, where our radios aren't set up for it, or do not have the correct channels or frequencies programmed into them, we can remedy that relatively quickly. In addition to radios, like I said, radios is kind of our bread and butter, and it's where the team started. But over the last couple of years, we've started moving more and more into information technology and bringing information technology communications systems to the fight, per se. That starts with mobile data. What I'm talking to you on right now, I'm talking to you from a hotspot on a laptop, sitting here up on top of Skyline. So that mobile data, it starts with broadband and LTE solutions from multiple carriers, multiple providers, and then we also have satellite data solutions that we bring, that if we are going to be somewhere for a much longer duration, we set up a VSAT, very small aperture terminal satellite dish to provide our data solutions. Once we have the data, then we have to get the data to the users, and that comes from a number of wired and wireless networking technologies and command post information technologies. So we have point-to-point systems, we have mesh systems, as well as your normal wireless routers and that kind of stuff. We have the ability to basically create an incident command post in the middle of a field out of nowhere. So we bring with us everything that an incident commander and the command staff might need in order to manage the incident that they are facing. So that's everything from laptops and printers and projectors and a sound system to telephones. We have both VoIP and POTS telephone technology. So pairing that with the data, basically we can create a rudimentary office in a tent for incident command. I also already mentioned the satellite communications aspect. This is one thing that it frustrates us a lot because pointing a satellite dish is never very much fun. But for a longer term deployment, getting a satellite dish set up to establish that data connection provides critical data backhaul for the incident command staff, as well as for whatever field data needs exist. We also have satellite voice communications, push-to-talk and satellite telephone capability in order to ensure the communications are always present, even if radio or data is not. I'm sorry if I'm going too fast, Brendan. I've been up since 3 and I'm a little jittery on coffee.
Oh no, you're good. I sent that text meaning you have plenty of time.
Oh. As you can imagine, we have lots of equipment, and unfortunately that means lots of money invested into that equipment. So one part of our job is asset tracking and inventory management. We have a couple of tools that we use. Every single radio we own is barcoded, and every single radio that is barcoded is recorded in one of several databases. So whenever we face a situation like we have today, where we have 80 searchers coming and we're going to be handing out radios, as part of that radio distribution, we basically will take your driver's license, scan your driver's license, scan the radio barcode, and we basically assign radios to individuals while we collect their contact information. So we know that when you walk away with a $8,000 Motorola Apex, we know where to find you if you don't bring our radio back. And that is, we do that for the radios, but we do also do that for all of the other equipment. All of our repeaters, all of our technology is barcoded, tracked, and managed through an inventory management system. In addition to all of the technology that we bring to the field, we also bring the people with it as well. All of our entire team is comprised of public safety practitioners from a number of different backgrounds. Most of us are fire and EMS, as the team is based out of Fairfax County Fire and Rescue Department, but we also have law enforcement, we have dispatchers, we have public health, we have experts from a number of different fields on the team. We're all trained through kind of cross-functionally as communications unit leaders, communications unit technicians, IT specialists, as well as our team has instructors for all of those positions. A number of folks are also amateur operators. I'd say about a third of the team is a licensed amateur operator. And then we have a couple of USAR communication specialists and some more advanced folks on the team as well. As a team, we are completely self-contained and self-supporting. So we have a 2-hour deployment recall. Thus why when my phone rang at 3 a.m. this morning, I had 2 hours to get to the warehouse because we had to be here up and running by 7. And the team we operate 72 hours completely self-sustained. If you think about the kinds of places the team may be deployed to, we could be going into disaster zones after a hurricane, or scenarios where we would not want to put a burden on the community that we are going to assist. So the team is self-sustained for 72 hours, meaning we can go somewhere and need absolutely nothing. We will not need water, we will not need food, we will not need shelter, we won't even need a toilet, we bring our own. So we have a 72-hour self-sustained, meaning we don't need anything for where we're going. And the team is available for mission assignments up to 14 days. All of those mission assignments are done through either Virginia Department of Emergency Management or one of the local team jurisdictions. Speaking of the team jurisdictions, the Virginia team is comprised of 5 separate teams. You can see the 5 teams there. Today, the mission that we're on today is a joint mission between us in Fairfax and the Harrisonburg-Rockingham team. We met them halfway, right here in Shenandoah. But the 5 teams are spread across the state to ensure that the entire state is covered with the ability to have a quick communications response. And all 5 teams are interoperable. So if a hurricane affects Chesapeake Hampton Roads area, for example, the Chesapeake team can be activated, but if they do not have everything that they need, they will bring in the other teams from the state as necessary. So that's a quick bit about kind of the team and who we are and what we do. I'll take a couple of more minutes here and talk about probably the largest activation, the largest mission the team has ever done, to kind of give you a sense of what we do on a large scale incident. So if you remember, Hannah Graham was a University of Virginia student who went missing in Charlottesville in 2014. And there was a large scale search, community-wide search for her after she went missing. The communications cache was called to support communications for that incident, and provide communications for over 2,000 people searching in and around Charlottesville, Virginia. What the challenge was that this was a urban and suburban, the search was happening in a majority urban and suburban area, and normal day-to-day operations were continuing to happen. 911 calls were continuing to go on, and normal life was still happening in Charlottesville simultaneous to this massive search undertaking. So we were called in to create a overlay communications network on top of Charlottesville's normal P25 trunked system to facilitate the searching, so that the searchers and all of the communications related to the search did not interrupt the day-to-day operations of Charlottesville, fire, EMS, law enforcement, etc. So we had to put together a communications plan, which included multiple radio channels, over 25 square miles of radio coverage, and over 400 portable radio handouts for a 32-hour operational search period. The search area, like I said, covered Charlottesville, the urban and suburban areas of Charlottesville. And the topography there was a bit of a challenge. If anybody's familiar with Charlottesville, Charlottesville kind of sits there's two ridge lines that run through Charlottesville. So you can imagine the RF challenges that covering both sides of two ridge lines and the valley in between presented. So we had to figure out how to cover the west slope, the east slope, and the valley in between the two ridges. An additional part of not only figuring out that topographical challenge is figuring out the search divisions and who needed to talk to who, and which divisions needed to talk to which other divisions and command, and ensuring that that all of the appropriate parties would be able to communicate with each other effectively. For those of you that are familiar with emergency communications, you may very well be familiar with the 205. Here is the 205 from that incident, and you can see the number of channels that we had to establish and put together to facilitate this extended operation. Here's a couple of pictures of some repeater sites we put up. So we put them up everywhere from in parking lots to this one lady's front yard. We asked her if we could put up this repeater site in her front yard, and she graciously agreed. And again, this goes back to determining the repeater site needs based on topography, based on the search division needs, and determining what repeaters need to go where in order to meet the mission. We also did radio distribution, like I said, handed out over 400 radios, and that goes back to the asset tagging and tracking system that I alluded to earlier. Recording who takes the radios, where the radios are going, what the mission assignments those radios are supporting are, all allows us to track the radio, make sure the radio is programmed correctly, has the correct channels and frequencies in it, as well as ensuring that we get the radio back at the end of the day. We provided tactical dispatch support for the duration of the incident. So whenever the searchers were being assigned, whenever they were whenever they were moving out on their mission, whenever they found a possible clue, and whenever they were demobbing, all of that radio traffic was voiced over the radio, and our tactical dispatchers kept track of all of it, kept dispatch notes, and had time-based. Excuse me. There's a lot going on right now. The searchers are showing up, and they're all over the place. They had tactical dispatch notes and time notes about when every single clue was found, when every unit went in service, went out of service, etc. So we had information about that for everything from investigative purposes to the honestly the less exciting but just as important reimbursement purposes for funding. So here's a timeline of the event that went through. We received activation notification on Thursday. For some reason, just like last night, our activations notifications always come in at night. It's just how it works for some reason. By Friday morning, we were deploying, and by Friday evening, the networks, the communications networks were getting set up, and everything was getting ready for the searching, which started on Saturday morning. By Saturday morning, everything was up and running. The searchers were out, the radios were working, the dispatchers were dispatching and recording, and we were well underway. That search went all day Saturday and through Sunday. At the end of the weekend, the mission was complete. Unfortunately, it did not come to a successful end for the young lady, but we did our mission. At the end, we established 5 repeater sites, operated 12 communications nets, distributed over 400 radios, had 6 concurrent dispatchers, and basically provided a complete communications coverage for the incident for over 40 hours at a cost to the jurisdiction that you see there. The team does recoup costs. Obviously, we're not in it for profit, but there is a minimal manpower cost that must be recouped, and that is usually recouped through the state or by the jurisdiction that requests our support. So with that, Brendan, I don't know how we're doing questions, but that's about all I had.
Okay, thanks, Zach. We have some questions. So
Okay.
Our first question comes from Mark, WU6R. Wow, exclamation point. Great presentation. I'd love to hear how to join the Virginia/Fairfax County Comscache team. How does a person join or volunteer? What prep work or training does a ham operator have to do to be a part of the cache?
So in order to be a part of the cache, you have to be a public safety professional associated with Fairfax County. So you either need to be a police officer, a fire department personnel. Volunteers are included there. So full disclosure, I am a Fairfax County volunteer firefighter. My day job, I work in public safety communications on the wireless broadband side, but you need to be associated with a public safety agency in Fairfax County in order to be a member of the team. As far as training goes, any of the ICS communications trainings that you can get into would be beneficial. So communications unit technician, communications unit leader, the new ITSL, information technology section lead, any of the FEMA classes that focused on communications is a good place to start. In addition to obviously the basic FEMA ICS 100, 200, 700, 800, and then if you're feeling really ambitious, 300 and 400 are all good places to start.
And let me just add, if you don't mind, Zach, that later on today, John Peterson from CISA ECD and Tom Gagnon from the same organization will be making presentations at 12:35 and 1:10 p.m. today, and they will be touching upon some of the AUXCOMM training that Zach just mentioned.
Yes, AUXCOMM is another good place. It's more focused on the ham side and how the amateur operators can interface with public safety, a little bit less on the how public safety operates side, which is more the CommT, CommL, and those classes. But the AUXCOMM class is another very good place to start.
All right, we have another question from a good friend, Mark Braunstein. In the Charlottesville case, how did you figure out where to locate the multiple repeater sites? Did you use a radio propagation prediction tool?
Charlottesville, I was not personally on Charlottesville. Charlottesville was before I joined the team. But based on my understanding, it was local knowledge of the Charlottesville radio manager, who runs the P25 system there in Charlottesville, was part of the planning effort for the Hanagram search, and he knew the topographical challenges and the propagation challenges that the team was going to face. So he basically already had some areas targeted where he wanted things placed and where he thought the coverage would be best. And basically once that's narrowed down, then it's picking up taking the trailers and figuring out logistically where you can get the trailer, where there's no overhead obstructions, where there's power sources, so it was, we had the team was provided some target areas, and then it was a little bit of just driving around and figuring out the best place to put it.
All right, thank you. We have a question from Mark Robinson. Which team covers the Metro Richmond area?
So Richmond is covered. It's all 5 of the teams can go anywhere within the state. The entire, we can be sent anywhere in the state, and the state can send us to other states if so needed. So there's no one team that's covers any one area, but I would think the 1 to 2 deployments that I've been on in Richmond, we were there for the Second Amendment protest like 2 years ago. Been to Richmond once or twice, and usually Richmond deployments are some combination of Fairfax, Chesapeake, and Lunenburg.
All right, thank you. I don't see any more questions at the moment. If you have a question, please type it into the Q&A tab, not the chat. And both Sean and I will be on top of that. Does anybody have any other questions for Zach? Oh, we got one popped in. Oh, just a thank you. Okay, great. Well, thank you, Zach.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure.
Oh, hang on, I got one here. Let me see if this is a question. Okay, I think it's a question for me. I'll deal with that with the text message. All right, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we will be back with Greg Butler presenting on Virginia WinLink Wednesday. Again, thanks, Zach, for managing this with a call out and from the cab of your pickup truck there. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure, Brendan.
I'm trying to picture it, and then I think I have a pretty good picture.
It's very, very cramped with lots of radios.
Right. Yes. Typical, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thanks, Brendan.
Thanks, Zach. Take care. So everybody, we will be back in 5 minutes or to have Greg start at 1:45. So I'm going to go mute, and we'll be back in just a few moments. So I will field Robert's question. Great presentation with both Fairfax County and the state of Virginia having this capability. Is there a place for amateur radio with this type of emergency comms? So I am not part of the comms cache, but I do know a few of the members, and I've been in their warehouse, and they've come to visit us at our field day event a few times, and they have amateur radio gear. And like Zach mentioned in his presentation, about 1/3 of the team have amateur radio license. And there is some talk about how to get ARES and AUXCOMM folks in the area involved. Nothing is solidified, and it's just a work in progress. So right now they do own and operate amateur radio equipment, and we're working on strengthening the relationship between ARES teams around the state for just that purpose. Alrighty, see you in a few moments. All right, we are back. Greg, are you ready?
I am ready.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, so just take a second here and introduce a gentleman who's become a very good, close friend of mine over the last couple of years. We share a similar sense of humor and a love for amateur radio. And Greg's a good guy. He's one of the people. If I needed something, he's on a short list of people that I would call, and he would probably laugh at me for the request. So Greg's going to talk to us today about his creation, WinLink Wednesday, and let's welcome Greg. Take it away.
Thank you, Brendan. All right. Are you seeing my title slide?
Yes, sir.
All right. Convention for 2021. It's good that even in this
Hey, Greg, I think we're having some internet
in spite
issues.
of COVID that we can.
Greg, I think we're having some internet issues. Maybe turn off your video to save bandwidth.
To the flight. Of course, I came to the fire station because it's got such better
Yikes. I'm not hearing anything at all from you, and your video screen looks frozen. Oh no, I think we lost him. Well, that's going to be a bummer. Maybe he'll rejoin real quick. Let's give him a few moments to see what happens here.
Can you take it off?
Ah, there he is.
That was interesting. I just got dumped and came back in.
Yeah, we saw that. So I'm thinking maybe if you turn off your video, we'll save some bandwidth.
Let's try this again. Yes, indeed. And I'm still getting messages that my internet connection is on.
Oh no. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm not getting anything from you, Greg, at all at the moment.
All right. Any audio at all right now?
Yes, that last transmission, yes.
All right. Let's just try it here. I'm hope for the best. I came to the fire station because the internet connection is so much better than my house. But what I'm going to do is set up my phone in case I have to use a backup.
See, that's what you get for living that's what you get for living in the country, Greg.
First world problems, right?
Yes, but thank you for being a trooper and pushing through.
All right. Let me get the phone set up here so that if I have to switch to it, I can.
That sounds like a good plan.
Okay. Plan B is ready if I have to use it.
All right, excellent.
Let's try again here, shall we?
Greg Butler, take 2.
All right, now you hopefully are seeing my opening slide.
Yes, sir.
And hearing me.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you all for attending. This is great that we can still get together in spite of COVID, and it's great to see this good attendance here today. A lot to cover here, so I'll just jump right in. I discovered WinLink a little over 10 years ago. My entire working career, adult life, I spent in near the Palm Springs, California, which is if you look at this map that I've just displayed, Palm Springs is just about in the middle. My careers involved construction, from being a construction electrician to owning a drafting business. And the last 18 years of my career, I spent working in the building department at the city of La Quinta, which is just east of Palm Springs. And if you live in California and you work for a jurisdiction, whether it's a local jurisdiction or a county or a state, you are by law a disaster service worker. So by having a job with the city, I had emergency management responsibilities. And it was something that really interested me. Fortunately, we didn't have a lot of disasters to deal with. It's not like the southeast corner of Texas. But while I was working there, I decided to pursue a master's degree in emergency and disaster management, which I found very interesting. And one of the things that I was able to do is I was able to do some research on what's called the shakeout scenario earthquake. The shakeout scenario earthquake is a simulated study, or it's a study of a simulated magnitude 7.8 earthquake that begins near the Salton Sea, which is at the bottom right, at the bottom of that red line that you see on the map. And the earthquake propagates west and northward, and creating a lot of havoc both in the desert area near Palm Springs, but maybe more importantly, in the Los Angeles area off to the left there near the top by the ocean. And the thing that I discovered was in my research was that while the 400,000 people that lived in the desert area near Palm Springs were going to be greatly inconvenienced and quite possibly have quite a bit of damage, being out where we were separated from Los Angeles by a mountain range, and Los Angeles has a population, the basin of Los Angeles has a population of about 9 million people. And so what I really expected to happen was that most of our normal communications, if not all, were going to be seriously degraded or destroyed. But even worse for me as a desert resident was going to be the fact that news coverage, resources, and efforts were really going to be made to help those people in the Los Angeles basin. So I realized that I needed to be a little more responsible for my own well-being. As a result, I got back into the amateur radio hobby after more than a 30-year absence, and decided that amateur radio really needed to be part of my personal preparedness plan. And I figured that if all of the communications, normal communications, were lost, how was I going to get messaging into and out of the desert area? For example, if the earthquake destroyed my home, but my wife and I survived, how was I going to be able to let my parents in Oklahoma know that we were indeed okay? And beyond that, how was I going to be able to help the community and get those people who were concentrating on Los Angeles to understand that there were additional needs out in the desert? And fortunately, I stumbled across WinLink. And so what I expected to do with WinLink, there were no VHF WinLink gateways anywhere near me. So my beginning experience on WinLink was with HF, and I discovered that I could very easily send a message to an HF gateway up near Reno, Nevada, and get the messaging out. And of course, one of the nice things about WinLink is the ability to have bidirectional communication with a non-ham. By that, I mean many of the amateur communication modes require that there be an amateur at each end of the communication. But with WinLink, I can send a message to a non-ham, and they will get it through their normal email channels, and they can reply to it, and I can receive it through WinLink. So that's a nice feature of WinLink Express and the WinLink system. I finally retired in June of 2014, and within a week I was on a one-way airplane ticket to Virginia. I have absolutely no regrets about leaving California, and absolutely love being here. What I did when I got here is I got immediately involved with my local amateur radio group who were interested in emergency communications, and tried to figure out where I was going to fit in. Now, in the interest of full disclosure, I want to let you know that the observations and opinions that I'm going to share today are mine. They're my observations from my particular region. So as you know, here in the northern Shenandoah Valley, where I am, is a completely different world than where Brendan is in Northern Virginia. So take my observations and figure out how they apply in your situation. So the discoveries I made out here regarding WinLink was the fact that although people were using it, they weren't using it on a regular basis, and they were mostly using it as a VHF mode. I don't have a map of the packet gateways from June of 2014, but here's a recent map of the packet gateways in most of Virginia. And as you know, with VHF, you need to be in line of sight of either your recipient or line of sight to a gateway or a digipeater that can help you get your message to your intended recipient. So there are certain limitations with VHF. And so I observed two problems by seeing those discoveries that I made. First of all, because people were not using WinLink on a regular basis, I found that they were not comfortable in doing so. In spite of the fact that WinLink Express, the primary software that we use to interface with the WinLink system, is not dissimilar from, say, Gmail or an Outlook email client. But because WinLink gives you the option of sending a message in a large variety of modes, I found that people were stumbling when they got their message composed. There wasn't a send button. And so they needed to think pretty hard about, what their next step was, posting it to the outbox and then selecting a mode and then initiating a session and starting it. So comfort was a problem. I also found that there were a number of geographic challenges. Now, this map that I'm displaying is a portion of Virginia, and I'm located up here near Front Royal in the northern Shenandoah Valley, and also our Warren County Emergency Operations Center is right near where I am now. Down here near Richmond is the Virginia Emergency Operations Center. And one of the things that occurred out here with our amateur radio group that's serving the county is the local emergency manager came to me and said, Greg, if we have a disaster that absolutely wipes out our normal communications, I still want to be able to get a message to Richmond to let them know that we're in trouble and what kind of resources we might need. Well, as you would imagine, and those of you who know the geography of Virginia will realize that we have this mound of rocks that creates a problem in getting radio signals to Richmond, otherwise known as the Blue Ridge Mountains. So I developed some goals in order to make WinLink more used and better used. And so my goals were these. I wanted to expand user skills. I wanted people to be comfortable with it. And I also wanted to create a cadre of confident, competent operators who could do so when and if we were called to serve. So I had two ideas to how to solve those problems and accomplish those goals. First, I wanted to promote the regular use of WinLink for the purpose of getting people comfortable with the use of it. Second, I wanted to promote the use of VHF and HF in order to connect all portions of Virginia, not just those that we could see line of sight. So to implement the solution, I made a posting on the ARES Races of Virginia Facebook page back in August of 2016. And the announcement was basically, I'm going to hold a one-time net, a WinLink net on Wednesday, the 24th of August. And if you're interested, please send me a simple message. And I described the format I was looking for. And we'll see what kind of interest there is. The following day, I was able to produce this map in Google Earth, and I plotted the location of each station that participated. Counting me as net control, we had a total of 16 participants. Although this was originally a one-time net, and the numbers were not huge, but I noticed that folks were scattered across the state, and that showed me that there was sufficient interest. And then what it did is it encouraged me to make this a weekly thing. And as a result, WinLink Wednesday was born. And so we began doing WinLink nets every Wednesday. Now, to do so, I was promoting, by having the net every Wednesday, I was promoting regular use, and again, the opportunity to become more comfortable with WinLink by providing a weekly practice opportunity. And we started the net with a very simple check-in message requirement. Just a simple WinLink message addressed to me with a subject line of WinLink Wednesday check-in, and a message that included just a single line, your call sign, your name, your city or town, your county, the state, and whether you submitted that message via VHF or UHF or HF, whatever the choice may be for the way you sent your message. Now, that's a really simple message, and it could easily be repeated every week. And my concern was that mindless repetition does not promote competence. So I wanted to avoid a rote exercise of just sending the very same thing every week. So I wanted to introduce thoughtful problem solving, because as amateurs, you know that we love to solve problems, and it's a way to expand our skills and clarify our thinking. And even if we have to create those problems ourselves sometimes, solving problems is part of the fun of amateur radio. So in October, just a couple of months after starting the net, I introduced the opportunity to contact me and submit your message via peer-to-peer. So I started a morning session and evening session where WinLink users could contact me on an 80-meter channel that I had described in a particular mode and operate peer-to-peer, thus taking the internet completely out of the equation for the communications. However, I still wanted it to be interesting, and I wanted to also promote the sharing of useful information. So I thought, well, what would be something that's not the same thing every week, but would be useful? And so I began on the first Wednesday of each month, I began asking folks to submit their check-in with a weather snapshot. Well, what's a weather snapshot? It really is just looking out your window and looking at your thermometer and thinking about what you would say to your neighbor or to your local emergency manager about what the weather's like. It's not a METAR, it's not a detailed description of all the atmospheric conditions that an aviator might be interested in. And it's not a weather report or forecast that you might get off of Weather Underground. It's just the same regular message with the standard information on the first line of the message. And then the second line is simply the time of day that you made the observation, the conditions that you saw out your window, the winds, and the temperature. Very simple. I also wanted to expand our competency for use in serving agencies. So I gave some thought to how we could do that. And one of the things that you'll find in any emergency or disaster response is EOCs, incident commanders, they communicate a lot of information, and quite frequently they'll do so using an ICS 213 general message form. The ICS 213 is probably the most ubiquitous form used in emergency management. As a result, I decided to ask my participants on the third Wednesday of each month to submit the same information, but just to do so on an ICS 213 form. So as you can see here in the illustration, in the message field, we have the standard information that was shown in both of the other messages. We just have a few fields to fill out in the general message form. And again, the purpose was, let's make WinLink users more accustomed to using a form that's very comfortable in the hands of somebody in an ICS environment responding to an emergency. So WinLink Wednesday began to grow from that initial group. Image before this was
Greg, you're cutting out. You might want to go to your backup for audio.
On this particular date, we had 51. Hopefully you're still.
No, you're still cutting out, Greg.
All right.
And we don't have you at all right now, Greg. Yeah, still nothing, Greg. Like I said, if you've got that backup, you probably need to go to it. We'll give Greg just a second here to get reset.
Go back.
You there, Greg?
Yes. Do you have my audio now?
I've got your audio, yes.
We'll just get back to sharing my screen here and see what happens.
And your screen is back up.
All right. Hopefully you're seeing end of year one, August of 2017, a total of 53 participants.
Yes.
All right. One thing you'll notice on this particular image is, and I don't intend you to be able to read all of the text on the map, but just take note that there are some icons, the red icons with yellow text, and there's blue icons with blue text. The blue icons indicate those stations who were able to participate using a peer-to-peer session. So as you can see from that, folks were able to contact me from all around the state. So we had pretty good distribution of capabilities. At this point, we did have a number of out-of-state stations that had heard about WinLink Wednesday and wanted to participate. My focus was certainly on Virginia. However, I didn't want to say no to anybody who was interested in improving their skills with WinLink, and so I did allow out-of-state stations to participate, although I did ignore them for the sake of my statistics, and also on the mapping, it was going to get out of hand very quickly. So the fact that this net had 51 participants, that is 51 in-state participants. I don't happen to recall how many out-of-state participants were taking part that particular time. It continues to grow another year later in August of 2018, and we were up to 77 participants. Not a whole lot different, but you can see that the distribution of participation follows fairly consistently the population bases of the areas that were involved. Yet another year later, end of year 3 in 2019, we were up to 93 participants. Excuse me. This particular Wednesday happened to be a third Wednesday of the month. And so on the legend of the map there, you can see that we had 78% of all the messages received included an ICS 213.
Greg, we lost your audio again.
1 year later, August of 2020, we had jumped up to 2020. Any better now?
Now you just started to come back, but you've been breaking up for the past about minute.
Any better now?
Yeah, you're doing okay right now. And then nothing.
Any better now?
You asked
Okay.
if you do better now, and then you come back
At the end of it.
and then disappear.
All right, well, it looks like we're having a little bit of technical difficulties with Greg. So please stand by, and I'm sure Greg is doing whatever he can at his location to try and fix this. So we'll give Greg a couple moments here, see if he comes back.
Am I back now?
You're back, but the audio quality isn't so great and it kind of fades away.
I
Yeah,
had to go to my phone. I've gone back and forth, but I'm going to jump back in. And no good.
so you're kind of in, but not really. Very digitally voice. R2D2 as they call
I'm
it.
gonna disappear here for a moment, go to a better location than here.
Okay, so
Brendan, can you hear me at the moment?
yes,
I'm gonna,
but that was choppy and broken.
if you can give me 60 seconds, different. Brendan, can you hear me at the moment?
So
if you can give me, I'll go to, I'm gonna
Yes,
try
go.
to area the building.
Go do what you got to do. We will stand by for you. So let me answer a couple of questions here now to fill this gap. So Mark asks, is WinLink Wednesday held at a specific time of day, or do you just check in during Wednesday? So Greg will cover at the end of his presentation, assuming he gets back, the website where all that information is shared. There is the Virginia AUXCOMM Facebook page that Greg runs, which has all of that information as well. And WinLink Wednesday literally starts the first minute of Wednesday and ends the last minute of Wednesday for RMS check-ins. For peer-to-peer check-ins, there is a morning session and an evening session utilizing different WinLink modes. And there is a website available that I'm sure we will discover shortly. Mark, I can send it to you separately or post it in the chat there it is. Sean just posted it in the chat window. Everything you'd want to know about WinLink Wednesday is at that site. Thanks, Sean. So let's see. Dean, can you explain WinLink at a basic level? What software for HF and VHF? So Greg's going to get into that as well. And again, go to that website and that should help. And Dean, you and I know each other, so you can always ask me these questions offline. But I would like to answer these questions so that it helps our 50 some participants here. Let's give Greg a chance and I'll let him take a stab at answering.
Theoretically, I'm back.
All right, let's do it, everybody. Greg Butler, take 3.
Gosh. So I had to move. I had to move to a room where I might have the tones going off here in the station, but let's go for it here.
Well, if we hear them, we'll all put our bunker gear on.
So as I was saying, at the end of year 4 in August of 2020, we had a total of 172 participants. I have to tell you that at that point, me creating a map on Google Earth just became unwieldy. And so I suspended the use of the map and begged for help. And fortunately for me, Steve Palmer, KW4SHP, came to the rescue with his skills and talents and volunteered his time to take the information that I produced through the check-in roster. And he then created way better than me because my map was a static image. The map that Steve produces is an interactive, so you can zoom and pan, which obviously you would need to find your call sign in the densely populated areas of the state. And of course, in addition to that, Steve began mapping the participants that were out of state as well. Here we are in April of 2021. We're only 2/3 of the year, 2/3 of the way through year 5. And this week, 3 days ago, we had 304 total unique participants worldwide. Even though I had to zoom way out to give you an idea of the scope of the reach of WinLink Wednesday, there are still 14 DX stations that aren't even able to be displayed on this map. And that includes Hawaii and Australia and several countries in Europe. From the beginning of the net till now, I've received a total of 37,230 messages. I should note that that doesn't mean there were 37,000 plus people checking in. I do allow folks to check in more than once so that they could take advantage of the peer-to-peer session in addition to testing their equipment through an RMS gateway. And also some people want to check in from multiple locations that they feel like they might be deployed in an event of an emergency. So this little chart shows you down at the bottom, that was the total number of messages received for the first year, and the rest of it's pretty self-explanatory. And we've received, more than 11,000 so far this year. So I suspect that before August hits here, we're going to have to expand this chart a bit. WinLink Wednesday was once a Virginia-only net. I guess I finally admitted that it's going to be international, and I'm okay with that. It just keeps me busy on Wednesday and Thursday morning compiling results. We have received messages from 47 states and US territories. We're only missing the 7 states that you see there. We received messages from a total of 11 different countries. I don't need to read that to you. And it's just kind of interesting to see how it is expanded. We averaged, beginning at the beginning of 2021, I just took a look at our numbers, and we've averaged more than 275 unique participants each week since January of 2021. The record number of participants was in February. It was 311 total participants worldwide. And also in that month, we had our high number for Virginia participants of 177. So yes, it's a worldwide net, but it really is Virginian still at heart. We still, more than 50% of the participants still hail from Virginia. So I'm happy about that. So it doesn't take me too far away from my original intent. We do have new participants nearly every week, whether it's 1 or 15. That's always encouraging to see additional people getting into using WinLink. And WinLink Wednesday has actually spawned several other nets. I know of one in Florida, one in Ohio, and one in the desert area of Southern California that began specifically as a result of their participation in WinLink Wednesday. So I'm pleased to spread the joy of using WinLink on a regular basis. Now, I do come at this from an emergency management perspective, so I'm pretty serious about it, and it's not, WinLink Wednesday is not a fun thing for me, but I understand not everybody comes to it from the same perspective I do. So I wanted to make it so that I could reward those people who had been faithful. And so I created a thing called the WinLink Wednesday Century Club. WinLink Wednesday Century Club means that you have participated in WinLink Wednesday 100 times. And it's not 100 consecutive weeks, it's just 100 weeks of participation in WinLink Wednesday. And to date, 80 participants have achieved that status. If you achieve WinLink Wednesday Century Club status, then you are issued a paper certificate signed by me with a unique serial number. And of course, if you stick with it long enough and you end up with 200 weeks of participation, I will send you a little sticker to add to your certificate. And so far, 12 people have achieved that milestone. So now what? We've created these WinLink users. Let's look back at my goals. Remember, my goal was to expand our skills and to create folks who could perform confidently and competently when called to serve. And we've done that. But the problem is now I've really created a tool that doesn't have a specific task. So I believe that we need a written plan. For example, how will WinLink operators be called to action? We don't have anything specifically in writing to determine that. I suppose if a disaster occurred, I could go turn my radio on my usual peer-to-peer frequency and wait for people to possibly send me some information about what's going on in their area. But that's not very organized. So somehow we need a plan that has a standard method for being able to ask WinLink operators to report for duties, so to speak. And then the question becomes, to whom will they report? Again, if they reported to me, what does that do for getting information to the people who are really going to be able to take action on it? We could send a message somewhere. We just need to determine where that will be. And I believe that needs to be part of a written plan. Also, if they're going to report, how often do we want them to report, and what do they need to send, and when, and what frequency? You saw in the previous presentation the extensive use of an ICS 205. So any written plan that is prepared that makes use of WinLink to support an event going on in Virginia needs to include an ICS 205. But a plan in a vacuum is completely useless. What we really need is relationships. And we need relationships between the amateur community and emergency management professionals. They have a day-to-day job to do. We want to make ourselves available to help them. We need relationships at the state level with emergency management, and that requires engagement by both the amateur radio state leadership and also the emergency management state leadership. As individuals, there's not a lot that we can do about that right now, but we can encourage both of those parties to actively engage with one another. What we can do as individuals is we can reach out and develop relationships with our local emergency managers. In addition to local professionals, we have hospitals and other non-governmental organizations that will probably have needs if a disaster that degrades communications occurs. And what I found in working with about 15 hospitals, primarily in and around the Shenandoah Valley, is that a lot of hospitals, one, don't know we exist. They don't know what our capabilities are, and they don't even know what they actually need. And these things can be discovered by developing personal relationships with those people who have to make those decisions. And I would always encourage an amateur, if he has the opportunity, to find himself a seat on a hospital emergency management committee, or even easier, on your local emergency planning committee. The other thing that helps with relationships is we need to have minimum training to function in ICS environment. A couple of years ago, the ARRL developed and promulgated some minimum training requirements for membership in ARES. And I'm sad to say that I heard a fair amount of complaining about taking courses that didn't really have anything to do with operating an amateur radio. My response to that is, if you want to be asked to assist, then you need to be ready to play by the rules that exist in somebody else's sandbox. So if the requirement is that you have to have certain ICS courses in order to be able to participate in a response, and if you really want to be involved in emergency communications, you need to comply and take whatever courses are necessary. The other thing is, if we do get called, please bring a service attitude. What do I mean by that? I mean, don't just be the guy that wants to sit there and say, I'm the radio operator, this is what I do. I can promise you that if my emergency manager has me operating the radio and he comes up to me and says, Greg, something happened outside, I need you to get a broom and go help clean that up. You can count on the fact that I'm going outside to help clean that up. That's the way we develop those relationships and maintain them and make them even better. But we need even more. WinLink is a subset of the kind of things that amateur radio operators can do to support an emergency response. And I've seen a lot of different forms used by amateur radio groups asking their members to provide a list of the station equipment they have that might be used in an emergency. And I have problems with that, because if a list asks me to list whether I have a Yaesu FT857 or an ICOM IC7300, my response is, who cares? Emergency management professionals don't care. What they care is what we can actually do for them. So in my opinion, we desperately need resource typing. I've been preaching this in Virginia for more than 4 years, and it hasn't really taken off. I'm not going to stop preaching. WinLink operators would be easy to identify when properly typed. I'm going to get into resource typing here just for a moment. Resource typing. The good news is this: we don't need to reinvent the wheel, because John Galvin, N5TIM, has really done the heavy work and developed a good resource typing guideline. What we need to do, in my opinion, is adopt John's work and adapt it to our specific needs here in Virginia. Here's a little snippet of John's resource typing. This particular snippet just shows what he calls an AARH, Amateur Radio Resource Type H. And at the top right, it describes its function is long-range communications. And it describes what that amateur has for capabilities and equipment. It doesn't specify the type of radio, the brand of radio. It describes its capabilities. Now, below that particular resource are the common items that John believes should be included in every amateur radio resource equipment kit. I'm not going to read those to you. And then down below, another snippet is an amateur radio resource operator. So that might be somebody who would be deployed. He doesn't have equipment to bring, but he is capable of operating certain types of equipment and has capabilities independent of the particular type of equipment that he is sitting in front of. The important thing is to remember that resource types are defined by the capabilities, not by the specific equipment. Here's another portion of John's work. This describes something that might be useful if we were typing WinLink operators, so tactical data messaging, and also both short and long range. So this might be an area where we could do resource typing in the state of Virginia, and WinLink operators could be included in this type of a description. WinLink is just one of many factors that define an amateur radio resource. I highly encourage you to look at John's work. They're available there at the website listed. And if time allows and Brendan wants later, we can go more into depth on resource typing. So what has WinLink Wednesday done for Virginia? Well, we've created capable operators who, if you noticed on the maps, they're pre-deployed around Virginia. So if something happens, we don't have to send resources somewhere. They're already there. All we need to do is tap them. WinLink Wednesday is definitely a skills practice success story. Excuse me. What do I mean by that? Well, WinLink Wednesday has provided consistent training opportunity to use a particular form and to convey useful information. It's allowed the practice of skills that will actually be used in a real life emergency. And I'm glad to say that WinLink Wednesday has the widest participation rate of any training that I've seen in the Commonwealth since I got here in 2014. WinLink Wednesday can definitely be a contributor to better future response within the state of Virginia for any type of major disaster or emergency. And that's about it. Thank you very much for attending. Thanks for the patience while we worked through some technical issues. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Greg, we've got several questions, but I think we're up against the, I think the next presentation from Dr. Paulsa here starts right about now. So I think we will take these to the Q&A at the end, and I'm documenting them here so that we can make sure that folks are covered with that. Is that good for you?
Very good. I'll be available for that Q&A. And of course, if folks want to contact me directly afterwards or anything we didn't cover, there's my contact information.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
All right. I'll stop my share now.
Sounds good.
Oh my gosh.
All right, thanks, Sean. I appreciate that. I had stepped away for a few moments, and Greg, thank you for pushing through the technical difficulties. And we're going to regroup at the end of today's session at 1:45 p.m. Eastern for whichever panelists choose to stick around or come back for that time. We will have a panel style question and answer session. And for that time, and then for all of these presentations, if you have a comment that is not in the form of a question, please use the chat feature. And if you have a question, direct it to the panelist or the host. Please put that in the Q&A tab, also available. So myself and Sean, and then later on today, Scott Brewer will be joining us, and we'll be documenting the questions and bring them back up later in the day at 1:45. So let's get right into our next presentation. And sorry about a little bit of delay here. Had a little bit of technical difficulties there. Dr. Joe Paulsa, the Virginia Section Manager, and John Roberts, the Virginia Section Emergency Coordinator, both friends and people I work with often, are going to be talking about the state of ARES in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So without further ado, I don't believe either one of you have slides to share, so I'll leave this slide up. And if you need to share the screen, you should already have the permission to do so. And I can stop this share at any time.
Hey,
So,
Brendan, this is John. Yes, I do have slides, so I'll go in my share presentation mode when my turn to come online here.
So as soon as Dr. Joe is finished and hands it over to you, I will stop this screen share and you'll have full access. Sound good?
Thank you, sir.
All right. So Dr. Joe, take it away.
All righty, Brandon. Thank you so much for doing such hard work here and cooperating with Virginia Wireless Society. And I commend Virginia Wireless Society for their efforts in putting this convention together.
So hang on one second. I'm sorry, but I have to correct you. It's Vienna Wireless Society. not Virginia Wireless Society. Sorry.
Yeah, Vienna Wireless Society. How about that? You look at one word and you say something different. Well, it goes to show you nothing's in, perfection from a human being point of view. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you, and it's good to see that amateur radio is progressing to the sophistication that it has in terms of interactive, meetings like this sorts and a lot of other things that we've been doing today. Section manager for Virginia. I try to improve anything that I can has to do with amateur radio in Virginia, and bring capable amateurs who are interested in volunteering to help promote amateur radio in Virginia. And the cooperation is we have private groups, a lot of people who are not members of the ARRL, but again, it's amateur radio is what we're looking for, not just ARRL. So utilizing that information and utilizing a lot of these other resources, I just wanted to cover a couple of things really quickly as the overall manager, and picking people to assist that have the capabilities, because one person can't do it all. You got to have people, especially who have experience in specific areas. I try to put out a letter every month or every couple of months here, giving an overall view from a email point of view to Virginia members of the amateur radio community. And with that being said, again, it's an overall view. There's a lot of specifics on the internet, on the ARRL website and other websites that can bring together everything that I might pass along. Appointments, we just talked about that for a second, and Ed Gibbs, Assistant Section Manager. Also, you as a gentleman, friend, good friend who is from Philadelphia area of where I'm originally from, former teacher and knows how to teach and knows how to get cooperation with people. Been doing a bang up job for us in getting a lot more connectivity with the nets and also the amateur radio clubs without Virginia. Many years have gone by without that kind of cohesion taking place and being able to talk to one another and pass information along. So we appreciate everything that Ed's been doing, and I'm sure you all have known him already one way or another. Also, the nets, for example, the Old Dominion Emergency Net, which has been around forever and ever and ever. That's been a voice net for years. There is a digital net which came apart a number of years ago and had not been active. But more recently, we've got some people that are interested in that and have been promoting that. So the 3947 ODNet, Mondays and first Monday and Thursdays, Wednesday. First Monday and third Monday of each month is the voice net, and second, fourth is the digital net. So look forward to that. As far as government's concerned, we've had a lot of people in contact with myself with the Virginia legislature. The latest hands-free law that went into effect, amateur radio is exempt. And what I would suggest is if you keep a copy of that law in your glove compartment, because if a police officer stops you, believe me, as much as police officers are supposed to know all the laws, there is just a whole lot of laws that they may not even remember from the time that they were going through training. So it's just something you can show them that amateur radio is exempt. So it's not, you're not going to get a ticket for talking on your cell phone where it's an amateur radio. Also, hurricane season is coming up. We don't want to forget that. So you have May 29th is the National Hurricane Center air test. So everybody can get on the air to the National Hurricane Center at 14235 and give them a shout. Nice, a great postcard you get back from them confirming the contact. and the National Hurricane Conference, June 14 to 17. That's down in Florida. And on the 16th at 5 p.m. Zulu time, there will be part of that conference on amateur radio for the Hurricane Center. Red Cross, we've been doing more and more as a cooperative venture with Red Cross. We had a good training net, making communications East Coast originally in November of 20, where we went everywhere from South Carolina to Maine and got communications back, including the WinLink, which Greg was a great big part of. He's been doing a backup job for WinLink and everything else as far as emergency communications is concerned. And we have a new worldwide communications exercise with the Red Cross on May 8th. So that's going to be something else to look forward to. The ARRL has just renewed their 5-year MOU with the Red Cross, in which a lot of changes came up about, basically showing the cooperation that Red Cross is looking for, what they need at times, and what amateur radio can do to help them with their needs. VDEM, the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, they have recognized amateur radio as a great backup, and this is the part that everybody talks about, and even Greg has mentioned this a number of times, is, we are here to help. We are here to service. We are not here to replace somebody, only in the event if, we do what's necessary. That's the bottom line when it comes to it. Like Greg said, if somebody says you got to go outside with the broom, you got to go outside with the broom. And that's the kind of thing that we promote with it. And amateur radio, yes, there is training. Hey, fire departments train, police departments train, EMS trains. Why do they train? They train so they can do and help anything that is possible in their realm of expertise. And the thing is, you don't take a book with you to read it to do what to do next. It has to be something that you know, that you learn, that you understand, which is important. And all of the ARRL changes that are taking place in ARES, and John will talk about that. That's basically a big resource which is coming to bear based on a lot of the federal things that are going on. The FEMA and Homeland Security getting much more involved because climate changes and all these sorts of things that are going on nowadays. It's absolutely nothing like it was even 10 years ago. So there's much more emergencies going on for one reason or another that everybody has to be aware of and has to be able to, take care of. And we had a SAIC, which is a State Interoperability Emergency Communications Committee yesterday. And with that being said, we got a new SWIC now, Gabe Elias, who has been the emergency communications person out of Albemarle County, is now our new SWIT. So we're looking forward to working with him, and of course the RPAC people, in which I'm a member of that organization also. The idea is amateur radio is here to help. We have immense capabilities in terms of knowledge of persons and knowledge of electronics. This is what we do. This is what we want to do. This is what we want to teach people about. And I'll pass it over to John Roberts, who is my section emergency coordinator and who's been doing a great job for us and getting people in line. John, do you want to take it away?
Okay. Thank you very much, Joe. Let me go ahead and get my screen share set up here, and we'll get rolling here in just a second.
Hello.
Dr. Joe, please mute your audio. Thank you.
Okay, don't let this face scare you. Can everybody see and hear me okay?
Yeah, you're doing fine.
Okay. Brendan, thank you very much for allowing me to come on for this webinar. And Joe, thank you very much for your information that you presented. My name is John Roberts. I'm the Section Emergency Coordinator. And I'm at this email here, both of them. If you got any questions or comments, this is where you can get hold of me. What I'm going to do is some of this information may be repetitive and a lot of people know about, but it's more or less a summary as far as where we are and where we're going with the ARES program in Virginia. Okay. A couple of years ago, we decided to restructure the state from 15 sections down to 7. Okay. And what we did, we realigned with the Virginia Department of Emergency Management. Now, the reason for that is because in the old format of the sections, how they were set up, that we had different districts intertwined between the different regions. So it made sense as far as going to setting up the districts aligned with the Virginia Department of Emergency Management regions. Okay. Now, currently our leadership as far as the district emergency coordinator, we have in District 1, we've got George Stark. Okay. We have vacancies in districts 2, 3, and 4. We're looking for individuals who would be interested in taking that role. District 5, Terry Buzzard, KETNF. Bill Wells, and District 6, W4BOT, and also District 7, Howard Cunningham, WD5 DBC. So that's the current structure we have as far as the leadership in this section, along with the district emergency coordinators. Okay. A little background here. We're not first responders. We're a program under the American Radio Relay League. And so they're more or less our umbrella organization that sponsors our program as far as not only Virginia, obviously, but as far as in the country as well. In the state of Virginia, ARES and RACES, there have been times where the organization has been separate, but at this point here that the ARES or RACES organizations are one and the same. Okay. In the event of like if a disaster were to happen, I personally don't recall any time that RACES was activated in the state of Virginia, and correct me if there was, but there hasn't been a activation of RACES, and usually it's done by a local official, government level type individual, either local or state. Okay, they're the only ones that could activate RACES or ARES for that matter. And our primary mission, I'm sure everybody knows this, that we're to serve agencies, government and non-government, as far as the county and city, as well as the state level. Okay. Our mission is to provide communications to serve agencies. And I just mentioned about the VDM regions and the Virginia Beach, Virginia EOC, and the served agencies. Okay. When we look as far as assets as the for ARES and RACES, we need to consider not only the personnel, but equipment as well. We need to get our people interested, new amateurs, as well as the existing amateurs, okay, involved and interested as far as in the program itself. And not only we need to incorporate as far as our readiness, as far as a personal level, but the equipment as well. Okay. The excuse me just a second. Let me adjust this here. Okay. We're a structured organization, okay, with diverse degrees of expertise and skills. And that's one thing in the state of Virginia we're really fortunate to have many people that have these type of skills, whether it be management skills, technical skills, operational skills. And it's been a challenge to get these type of things, these groups together work. And we have, and it's been rather successful. Okay. And we need to look as far as technical support developing voice and data networks. There's areas of, especially in the northern part of Virginia, I know there's quite a few technology that is being utilized to where, supporting of ARES and that kind of format. We need to include the efficient passing of information, either voice or digital. Greg has expressed that, but my thinking is that the technology for like WinLink and other digital modes is great, okay, and it does really kind of streamline the ability to pass traffic. But we also got to consider looking at back at using paper and pencil in case the technology that we have doesn't work or fails to work. You may have somebody who's an amateur walks into an EOC who's well equipped with WinLink and digital modes and all that, but doesn't have an idea how to operate those. So we need to make sure that we understand that, things may not always work as we like to, need to fall back to the old paper and pencil type things. So we need to look at that as well. The equipment and various capabilities are staged already EOCs in the Commonwealth, and Greg pointed out very well as far as the resource type, and that's something that we may look at as far as doing to get an idea as far as the scope of equipment and capabilities that EOCs have in the state of Virginia. Okay. Assets including developing specialized amateurs, and we mentioned that can deploy when requested. And I'll get to this also in a few minutes with ARES Matt. Okay. We need to be able to establish networks. Like I said, we have a lot of talent in the state of Virginia, Commonwealth of Virginia, to where that we can provide these specialized communications between government and non-government organizations. Provide manpower and operating governmental radio equipment. And it's just like Greg and Joe was mentioning that, we need to be flexible, not only as far as assisting in things like pushing a broom, but also know how to operate like maybe a fire radio dispatch or something along those lines, or be able to talk on a radio to FEMA, something that's other than what we use as our amateur radio equipment. And that's what AUXCOMM does is. Also too, is that we can provide a damage assessment, reporting conditions, and logistics information. Particularly as far as the Red Cross, they're into a lot of logistics information as far as shelter occupancy, and also like medical information as far as what medicines are needed for particular shelters, things like that. Okay. Also, too, it's like we heard that the Virginia Communications Cache is providing communications for search and rescue team. We can do that as well. Also, some of you may remember the video clip that ARRL had about Walter Cronkite, that some of the scenes that were shown there was amateurs supporting the California fire management as far as in forest fires and evacuation, things like that. So we can provide that kind of support in that type of situation. Okay. We need to develop our own go boxes, okay, as far as, and this is again related to ARES Matt, to where that we can take this equipment and be able to relocate at a moment's notice. It's sort of like the Virginia Task Force too. I was a member of that for about 5 years, that we had a cache equipment that we could take and modify and set up anywhere, where either be programming radios or setting up communications between the base of operations and FEMA headquarters itself. So there's a lot of interest, and we need to really harness as far as people that have this kind of capability, be able to know where that we could use them at a moment's notice to go in deployment, within the city and an affected area. Okay, many jurisdictions support CERT teams in the field. There's several areas in Virginia where that amateur radio is incorporated into CERT teams, and this is a good organization to get yourself acclimated or interested into how disaster operations work. And it's good self-training not only for amateur radio, but also providing for the family, your family as well. So if you're involved in a CERT program, that's great. If you have one in the area, you may want to search as far as when they have classes and be able to, work in that program as well. Okay. Again, we're not first responders. Activation is requested by state and local emergency management. Our organization has a wide variety of background and a wide range of skills, and we have a shared desire to help others without personal gain. It gives us the opportunity to train and practice our communication skills, and we work together as a team and take direction from others, so that we take directions from like the emergency managers, policemen, or whoever's in charge of an incident command, that we take directions from them and support them as best we can. Okay. How do we fit in? We provide our services to the CERT agencies, which like Virginia Department of Emergency Management, your local and county emergency management as well. If the traditional services fail or are overloaded. And what we do is that we complement the current communications system that the city or state has. And so, we go from jurisdictions to VDM, like regions and headquarters, and vice versa. We provide skilled equipment and communications sources for serve agencies, and we provide communications for public service events such as marathon and bike races. As the situation expands, we dynamically adjust to the communication needs. Okay, one thing that we've accomplished as far as the Virginia organization is that we're now a member of the Volunteer Organization Assisting Disasters. This helps promote ARES as far as working with other volunteer organizations like the Mennonites, the Southern Baptist Group, the Red Cross, and other organizations that provide disaster relief. So there are other organizations that provide communication so that we can coordinate with those organizations as well, so that we're working right across the street corner from one another. That way we can organize and implement a more logical way of spreading the communication needs in an affected area. Now, we talked about ARES. I mentioned about ARES, Matt, and what it is the ARES Mutual Assistance Team. There are several states in the Mid-Atlantic that are setting up, and Virginia is part of that, as far as a mutual assistance team. You say, well, why do we need that? Well, if we have an affected area that the local amateurs are providing assistance, okay, at some point they need relief as to be able to go to their families and see how they're doing and be able to provide assistance to their own families as well. And these are people that have, like we mentioned earlier about the go boxes, okay, that are able to take their equipment and bring it to a location, an affected area, and be able to operate from that. Because even though we like to think that we can operate 48 hours at a given time, sometimes we need to work on shifts, and even this is incorporated into the ICS training as far as incident command. The American Red Cross, as Joe mentioned, we've had several drills with them, and looks like we have one coming up here shortly, and we'll probably be looking for people interested in participating in that. And so I'm sure the information will be forthcoming as far as that particular drill. Also like to comment that we have a new webpage. Thanks to John Best, KC4MEC, we got more functional and easy access to the information as far as not only ARES, but the Virginia section as well. So kudos go out to John for setting that up, and he's open for any kind of suggestions or ideas as far as how to make this website better. Okay, what are our vision as far as ARES Virginia? We need to fill vacant DEC positions. We need to develop, establish a training committee so that we have consistent information as to training what's available, whether it be like on Zoom, like we're doing right now, come up with ideas of different training courses. We also need to establish an exercise planning group. I know that's one thing that's been kind of an issue here. And so we're working with establishing a planning group to talk about as far as exercises. And we encourage people who are interested in knowing how to do exercises or planning for one to be incorporated in this group and join it. We also need to promote leadership skills in the managing of ARES groups in the section, district, and local levels. There are a couple courses that the FEMA ICS courses have, and I encourage people that are in the leadership skill as far as ARES to be part of that. Also, we talked in several of the previous presentations here about establishing and promoting existing relationships, with emergency managers and agencies. Like the local emergency planning committee, involved with that, the hospital group, let them know that there are several in District 6. Bill Wells has, he's part of he's the DC for District 6, and he has members, he's a member of some of the hospital communication groups in that area there. So we have a foothold as far as in that particular district as working with the hospitals as far as communications. The hospitals are required to have as a backup some form of communications rather than their hospital communications, to where they have the ability to fall on an organization like us, to where we provide communications between the hospital to hospital, but also there's a program called the National Disaster Medical System, whereas that in the southeast of Virginia, we participate in that quite often, and where we provide from the triage area to the hospital the different injuries that are being transported to each particular hospital, because each hospital has specialty as far as what they treat. Okay. In summary, ARES has provided emergency communications support for Virginia for many years to government and non-governmental organizations, and we need to continue to have that mindset and being ready to do that. We need to also enhance our capabilities, reflect the freedom organizational structure, and stay in tune with modern technologies, increase membership. So we need to be one organization to support the government and non-government agencies as to a one-stop shop as far as communications for backup communications or primary communications sometimes in that case. Okay, thank you for your attention. If anybody got any questions or anything, I'll be at the I think it's 1:45, Brendan, as far as the panel regroup. So I'll be there as well as take any kind of comments or information from that. And I thank you very much, and I turn it back over to Brendan.
Okay, wow. Okay, early end. We still have 25 minutes to go.
Well, I'll go ahead and take any questions or comments. If anybody wants to entertain, I'll be able to do that.
Hey, Sean, do we have any questions for John or Joe?
Right now, we do not.
Okay. Anybody out there in the attendees have any questions for Dr. Joe Paulsa or John Roberts? Put them in the Q&A tab, please. Well, there we go.
All right, so we have one here. Is ARES Connect going away?
Okay. Joe, do you want to take that or you want me to take that?
I can talk about that for a minute. ARES Connect was developed so that there could be a usable active current database of amateur radio operators, for example, for emergency purposes, and something that the ARRL had at a point of reference, but also not only the ARRL, but people like FEMA. And unfortunately, when the Connect program was designed, it was designed with, let's just say, not a lot of input from the field as to what the field needs and wants, as opposed to somebody deciding what the field should have. And that's, the kind of problem we run into a lot of times when something new comes out. And the idea was that hams were going to be able to get their different types of organizational events registered, how many hours they're going to spend, and basically what they ate, what they drank, and all that sort of stuff. And it turned out to be a very cumbersome type of database operation. Subsequently, they did not get anywhere near the interest in it that they expected and wanted. So therefore, it was decided upon that, and I think Paul Gilbert's going to be talking about that too, that they're going to put that program basically to bed or out to pasture, however you want to say it, and develop a new program that is going to be easier to use, more user-friendly, more capabilities to it based on what people want and need. So that was something that we're looking forward to. It's being worked on by ARRL, and the training situation. You go back to that. ARRL has been up and down in Virginia for many years. We've always tried to bring it up the last few years, and we're working on it. It's slow. But one of the problems you run into is the fact that, years ago when people had time, the dad worked and the mom was home with the kids or whatever the case was. Now, both mom and dad are working because that's the only way they could afford to buy a house and so forth. It presents a lot less time available for volunteers. You see that in the fire department, you see it in EMS, you see it in anything that takes volunteers. You do have a hard contingent of people who are really dedicated to volunteering, and God bless their hearts for that. We do need that, and we need that in amateur radio. We do have it. We would like very much to expand it. And the training, people, I think even Greg mentioned it, people say, why do I need to do this? Because it has nothing to do with amateur radio. Well, the fact of the matter is, everything has to do with your volunteer position. And the idea is that when you volunteer, you agree to help, to support, to learn what you have to do if you don't know already what you're doing. So all of those things take into consideration. We have had, we did have all the DECs. We did have all the emergency coordinators, but over time, those changed because people moved. People got out of amateur radio, if you will, and things changed. So with change, and change is inevitable for everybody concerned in all organizations. And this is part of what we're involved in now. It's a big rebuilding process. We need your help. We need your cooperation. We need your interest. And don't be bashful. Ask questions, please. And we will give anybody a shot that's interested. But the thing is, you got to speak up. And that's a very important point that we look forward to. Cooperation is the key. That's the way I look at it. One person can't do it. We need a cooperative effort of everybody, those that are going to have the special skills, those that are going to be able to just do the work and provide the support. So, please think about that. Any kind of questions you have, and you got a complaint too, that's fine. We learn from mistakes, and yes, we've made mistakes. We're still making mistakes, but the thing is, we have to get those mistakes corrected. And this is part of the training, part of the interest, part of the cooperation, and part of the request to all hams in Virginia. And again, Brandon, you do a great job, buddy. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Go
thanks for
ahead.
that. Appreciate it. Thanks
All
for
right.
being here.
Another additional question. Will there be a set this year in Virginia?
Yes, there will be a set. We've got people that are working on that right now. So there will be a set. We're working also on a hurricane drill, but there will be a set. We got a group of people that together, and this is what Joe was talking about, I'm talking about, that doing an exercise plan for the set for this year. So it's not something that can be done in a couple of weeks. It's really I think some of you have done these exercise before. It's not something you just do, set up overnight, whatever. It takes people who's got the knowledge how to set these things up and be able to implement it in a logical way.
All right. So according to the league website, how to get involved in ARES, it's fill out an ARES registration form and submit it to your local EC. Is that the case in Virginia? And if so, where should the ARES registration form be submitted?
To the local EC. If not, you can send it to me. You got my email, and I'll be happy to direct it to the appropriate EC. So it's either jroberts1@verizon.net or preferably the SEC Gmail account. You can send that to there, and I can forward it to the proper local EC or DEC.
Okay. And Brendan, we have no other questions right now.
Okay, well, our next presenter is not scheduled to start until 11:30, and I'm not sure I want to screw up the schedule too much, because I think people are planning to come for Paul Gilbert that might not have been here already, and he is our keynote speaker today. So, gosh, I'm not sure I want to break for 20 minutes. Sean, you got any ideas?
Oh, sure. Throw it to me.
Well, I'm thinking too. I guess we'll take a break and come back at 11:30 Eastern. So let's do that. And I will be back. Well, I'll be here the whole time, but I'll bring things back live at 20 minutes after, 10 minutes before the next presenter. Okay, here's a comment from Jack. Thank you, Jack. That's an excellent idea. Once COVID is over and we are free to gather in large groups again, events like the Marine Corps Marathon will certainly be back in full swing. And every year, the Marine Corps Marathon requires a couple of hundred amateur radio operators to volunteer their time and service. The Marine Corps Marathon here in the DC region is considered the largest planned mass casualty event. It involves police, fire, rescue, other communicators, the Marine Corps, Navy medics, and amateur radio operators all come together to support a very large effort here. Somebody's telling me I have no audio, but is that true? Are you guys hearing me?
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Okay, I will continue then. So basically for the Marine Corps Marathon, what's required is the largest number of amateur radio volunteers are going to be using handheld radios, and there will be situational nets. I think there's 4 or 5 of them, depending on which part of the race course you're assigned to. And you get like a half-mile, quarter-mile area to roam back and forth and just report anything that's odd or suspicious. They do check-ins every now and then just to make sure everybody's okay. There is another piece to the amateur radio involvement, which is, okay, Frank, I see your message. No worries. The medical team. Along the race course, there are multiple medical tents. So spectators and runners alike might fall and scrape their knee or break an ankle or have a heart attack or whatever happens during a marathon. The folks out there with the handhelds, if something happens in between medical tents, they will call in to their net control and dispatch one of the many regional fire rescue people that are in town. Sometimes they're on gators, sometimes an ambulance will find its way there. And so the ham radio piece of that is, so the top doc wants to know in as close to real time as possible the status of runners that come into medical tents. We log everything on a very specific sheet, a medical incident form, and the corpsmen fill that out and hand it over to the amateur radio operators. And we use a variety of methods to get that information over to the top dock and the main medical tents over on the hill across the river. And so what happens there is we use packet data as a last resort backup. That seems to always work, but it's old, antiquated technology, and it takes a little bit more input. We have been using ID1's D-Star data. So what we do is we log in to on using the ID1 D-Star data network. We log into a laptop which has a web form available, and everybody's tracked via their bib number, and all the runners are. If it's a civilian, there's a slightly different process, or not a civilian, but a non-runner. And we fill out the form and we hit submit. And there are, a variety of things that we would answer. And it's basically whatever the medics and the corpsmen give us to put in. So they hand us a form, we fill out the web form, and Top Doc is informed. And then if Top Doc or one of his assistants sees a situation, a heart attack maybe, that needs, urgent medical care, they basically pull together and get the resource available to get that person help. Recently, through the efforts of a whole bunch of people, some are here today. Hi, Mark, I saw you. ID1s are no longer produced. ID1s are hard to find parts for now. And there are new technologies out there that are more robust and faster. And, a new technology, the experimentation part of amateur radio led us to, I say us, I'm a very small part of a very, very large team of people that come together to support this event. The Arden Data Network, microwave, we've been lucky the last couple of years to have relationships with, so it's again, like several people have already mentioned today, we could have all the skills in the world and all the gear in the world and know all the technology in the world, but if we don't have relationships with the people that we need to utilize their rooftops along the mall, the museums, and other, Marine Corps property and monument property, park police, if we don't have good relationships with those people, we can't put our Arden nodes where they're going to be optimal to support the event. So we have great relationships with all those people mentioned and others. And we're able to put Arden nodes on top of, to cover the mall, on top of museums there, on various different overpasses and different things along roadways and along the race course. And we just label them properly. This is Arden Network supporting the Marine Corps Marathon, and the police are very well educated on who we are and what we do. We have very little hassles regarding that. The only unfortunate thing about the Marine Corps Marathon is the race is pretty short compared to the day that we invest. Because of road closures on such a vast piece of property, the amateur radio operators have to get into our positions along the race course before those roads are closed. And those roads close at 4 a.m. So maybe 5 a.m. in some cases. Bridges, tunnels, roadways are all closed. We have to be in our position before that happens. People have been turned away and turned around. So we get in, We're usually there before the Marines are and the medics are, and we set up our stations and we do some testing, and we support the event. And it's a fun time. I've been assigned to a specific med tent along the race course every year, the same one. And usually the staff that supports that tent is the same every year. So you make friends in a variety of, Marines, medics, even some of the runners stop by and say hi to get a glass of water or maybe a Band-Aid or something. It's just a big fun event. People fly in from all over the country. I think there's one or two that fly in from Canada, I believe, amateurs that come to support this event, and it's a good time. I'm not sure what else I can say about the Marine Corps Marathon other than I hope we get back to doing it in real time and in person coming up soon. I'm just taking a glance at some chat here to see if there's anything to discuss. Oh, I will say that that the Arden folks are happy. Not happy. It's actually a bad thing, but it was somewhat comical. Proof of concept using Arden microwave data in an old infrastructure environment. We basically broke the Marine Corps Marathon internet connection. Not purposely, but we were just throwing so much data at them that the pipe they were providing couldn't handle it. So in that case, what do you do? Well, an experienced ham operator has lots of tools in his bag or her bag and lots of tricks up their sleeves. So if the Arden network goes down, we still have the ID1 D-Star data network up. Last year, we had some pretty heavy rains and some wind, or the last time we did this, and that network wasn't so robust. And, a few of us took out our cell phones and use our data on our cell phone to join that network and be able to pass the information. It's an all-in effort, and our mission at the medical tents is to support the top doc and supply that patient information as quickly as we can. So, even if it was 10 at a time, get on a bicycle and ride it over or run it over, that's what we do. We also run into some funny things like the Marines with their Motorola radios. It's a problem every year. They give them a radio, they give them an extra battery. The battery in the radio is at 50%. The battery in their back pocket is at 0%. They can't figure it out. They come to us and say, hey, can we borrow your battery? Well, none of our batteries work in their radios. None of their radios work on our systems. So it's just interesting. And those are the kinds of struggles that we have to put up with in a huge event like that. I don't know the number of runners, but I think it's over 30,000. And
sounds about right.
Yeah. And sometimes the running path, certainly not the lead, but the middle pack. I mean, you can't walk across the street for 10 minutes. There's so many people running. And this is where all those things that the handy-talkie amateurs are keeping an eye on, right? Because people fall, you don't want people to get trampled on. Our mission is not to, even if you're trained to offer medical assistance, that is not our mission at the Marine Corps Marathon. It's radio communications. If it's a life or death situation, of course, you offer help to the level that you're trained, but that's not our mission. So we usually don't do that. We get on the radio and we call for help is what we do.
And Brendan, if I can just weigh in just for a moment. So I've had the honor, I guess, to be the top doc shadow for a couple of years. And I can tell you that as working with the medical director for the entire race, they depend on the amateurs. I mean, it is not just, it's a nice to have or they're out there. It is a critical communications tool for them and something that they depend upon and they appreciate. So all the work, all the, 130, 150 operators that we field for the event, all are there for a purpose. And the leadership of the Marine Corps and the United States Navy fully appreciate and want us to be there. So it's, as Brendan says, it's a lot of work, but it's needed and makes a difference for a lot of people doing something that they really enjoy. We did have one question about anyone want to talk about ARES activities. I think that obviously with COVID, we haven't been doing a lot. But I don't know, Brendan, is there anything that you're aware of coming up that might be of interest in the area?
So let me just finish talking about the Marine Corps Marathon, and then we'll jump over there real quick. So if anybody is interested in volunteering, if they're from the area and they're interested in volunteering for the Marine Corps Marathon, and you have no experience and all you have is a handy talkie, and maybe you're a little bit shy and you don't press that push to talk button much, we have a really good pre-marathon training program. We have documentation, booklets. We offer in-person training. We'll give you a tiger tail to help that antenna out a little bit. We'll give you all the instruction you need. We'll help you program your radio with the pertinent programming to support the event. And we'll probably end up putting you with somebody that has been there a few years and has the confidence and the experience to do well in that environment. So we're always short ham radio operators. Sometimes we're short a big number. Sometimes we're short a small number and we can get by. We need you to volunteer for events like this. So please don't be shy. And we generally saturate the airwaves, Facebook, Twitter, club events, the newspapers with a call for volunteers. So keep an eye on for that, eye open for that. It's really an awesome event run by a whole lot of really awesome people. We get tech support from the West Coast for some D-Star experts that we have out there that moved out there recently, or not recently, but live out there. And it's it's an all-in event. Let's see what Jack is pushing here. Let's right, and there are the Marine Corps Marathon organization not only sponsors the Marine Corps Marathon, but a large variety of other events, mostly managed by the Prince William County group because of their physical location to Quantico. And that's a good organization to reach out to. You can reach out to me. I'm the EC in Fairfax County. You can find my information all over the place. I'm pretty easy to find. And, we'd love to see you out there. So I'm sorry, Sean, what was the next topic?
Just general, sorry about that, Brendan. It just was we had a comment here about the QST article in July describing Arden at Marine Corps Marathon in 2019. Mark just brought that up as saying that there hopefully will be an article there. And then the other question was just a comment about talking about any kind of ARES activities. And I was just commenting that with COVID, nobody's been doing a lot, but was questioning with you if there's anything coming up in the area as things start to open back up. I know that Viva Vienna and some of the public events, not necessarily ones that we support, but in general are starting to come back. So there may be some bike rides and stuff coming.
Yeah, and there are. We're in constant contact with our partners for all of those different bike races, Diabetes Association, all the local Vienna events that the Vienna folks usually support. They have all been put on hold, as we all know, because of COVID. We are still in contact with all those organizers, and our relationships are still good and intact. Everybody is chomping at the bit to get outside and gather, but everybody is also simultaneously being cautious and careful to not continue to spread this thing that's happening. What I can say is that every 3 years, so there's an event that's coming up that for the same reasons COVID, we are not participating in this year. Each of the major airports around the country are required to recertify their emergency services for like a plane crash event and things like that. And the FAA comes in and watches and scores, and the local airport fire rescue departments put on a big drill. Usually there's I can tell you about the Dulles drill. There's usually, we're at the south end, and there's usually a donated airplane or two that's there as a prop. They demonstrate a simulated aircraft crash at the end of the runway. There is real fire and real smoke and real fire people putting out those fires. I mean, it's simulated, but it's, they're burning pallets and things like that. And the amateur radio responsibility is not only situational awareness around the property, but my role in the last event was on amateur radio, talking back to our amateur radio net control station, managing the outbound flow of patients on fire rescue apparatus or school buses or whatever. So there's 1 or 2 mock hospitals on site, and then there's the local and regional hospitals in the area, Fairfax County, Loudoun County, quite a few hospitals where ambulances will actually take mock patients to, and this is a combination recertification drill for the airport staff, for the fire rescue staff, and for the local hospital staff. So for instance, a hospital might get 35 patients on a bus, and their drill is how do they accept those patients and how do they catalog and document all that activity. So we also have ham radio operators out at each hospital, and they call into their net control and let us know that 35 patients arrived at Fairfax Emergency, and we are checking them in. And then when the event is over, there's a PAR check, and that just means that the number of people that went into the building is the same number that came out of the building are being returned to the site. That's another really good drill. It happens every 3 years. My understanding is that every major airport in the country goes through this. And the drill this year, May 8th, is a scaled down drill at Dulles. And they do not require communications assistance because it's all going to be very small because of COVID. They don't want to put a couple hundred people in close proximity, even though most of us have been in the fire rescue environment are already vaccinated. So other than that, ARES in general here in Fairfax and our surrounding jurisdictions, we are still doing training. We are adjusting our training for a COVID environment. We still do shelter drills quarterly, and COVID really hasn't affected those. We send a couple of people out with either their personal gear or a county provided go kit, and we provide, or we practice rather, UHF, VHF voice communications in a directed net environment. We attempt to do HF voice communications, just depends on band conditions, how that works. And we certainly practice WinLink. WinLink is the preferred communications method coming out of VDEM and the local hospital coordination team, who also helps coordinate in mass casualty events, uses amateur radio as well. And we are closely tied in with those folks. All that is, those are relationships that we maintain. And we're lucky that we don't have a lot of really large scale events that we're called up to support. But even though we're not called up to support often, we train often, and we do have the support of the local hospitals, local fire rescue, emergency management, and the hospital coordination group. And we are approaching a start time. So let's take a few minutes break here. I need a drink and of water, and I'll be back in a few minutes. I am back and my thirst is quenched. And we're going to move on now to our next presenter. We are honored to have Paul Gilbert, KE5ZW, the new ARRL Director of Emergency Communications. I've had the privilege of having a few nice conversations before this, before today's event with Paul. And Paul is also involved in some of the AUXCOMM work that CISA ECD is doing. And we sit on a couple of panels and talk about AUXCOMM and MCOM and ARES and how that all can intertwine and become good things. So let's welcome Paul. Thank you for being here, Paul. And we're looking forward to what you have to say about your new position and ARES overall. So let me, do you have a screen share to do?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
My presentation. Hang on.
All righty. I stopped mine. You are free to share.
Okay. See if I can make this work. Okay.
We're almost there. Yeah.
Almost. No, I don't think I want to do that.
Please stay.
There we go. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over some thoughts related to ARES and emergency communications and amateur radio that I am reviewing, and we're going to be, making some changes and things on also. And so let's get that started from the beginning. Okay. Okay, solutions and actions. Solutions and actions are driven by recognition of mission changes. One of the big things today in mission changes is that more and more we are being called upon to do, as somebody said earlier, push a broom because they need somebody to push a broom, and less to do actual radio because the public safety systems are becoming more robust. Now, of course, this varies from event to event and jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but it just seems to be in general that we're becoming more and more of a help in those areas than the traditional areas of handling a microphone and passing traffic over the air. So one of the things that is happening is we are doing this in order to keep ourselves relevant, and relevant as in them calling us and using us as a resource. One of the ways that we can be sure that we keep this going is, of course, training. There have been improvements over the past few years, however, and training has historically been seen with a ham radio view and not a mission view. Now, when it says a ham radio view, that means that like radiograms and traditional ham radio ways of passing traffic or handling situations, and not a public safety view. With the event of ICS and like 100, 200, 700, 800, and so on, and then AUXCOMM, of course, we are beginning to get a view into the public safety world, and we need to embrace that fully, or otherwise we will become unrelevant, and they will no longer call us. Updating of the training matrix and task book to a higher level and national standardized training for all ARES members, that's underway. We're going to be passing that around as we get to the point to where we can release it for comment. We need to get input from agencies that would be requesting us as to their needs. We always need to have input from the agencies that we are serving, because there may be some special need that they can task us with that will make our relevance even more important. You approach the training in a similar way that volunteer firefighters are trained. The volunteer firefighters are trained very similar to the way a professional firefighter is trained. So we would want to train our ham radio communications assets in a very similar way that the public safety communication communicators are trained. Certification. ARES training and the position task book have not been updated in several years. That goes back to the previous slide. To keep up with changing missions and served agency standards, review and updating of the entire ARES program and training is needed. And we're in the process of going through that internally, and then we'll put it out for comment to the section managers and other people on their staffs. We do have basic training opportunities such as EC 001 and EC 016. Of course, there is the ARES task book level 1, which is, you can go all the way up to level 3. And then Skywarn offers training, Red Cross offers training. There's many others that also offer training. Technologies. Amateur radio technology is advancing at a very high rate of change. While many hams have been moving technology forward, embrace those new technologies to adopt and encourage the use of WinLink, ARDN, which y'all spoke of earlier, digital modes and ARES capabilities to enhance our usefulness to served agencies and partner NGOs. The high-speed digital data technologies are frequently called upon, or more and more being called upon, to pass massive amounts of traffic, especially in the world of medical, where you have to have some form of security because of HIPAA laws. Professionalism. First impressions often determine the level of professionalism one is labeled with. When interacting with served agencies, partner NGOs, and the general public, ARES representatives should present themselves in all ways like the pros they will be interacting with. Now, this includes even the way you dress. In fact, it very much includes the way you dress. One of the things that we're going to be doing is we're going to be moving towards suggesting that ARES members wear a tan or a gold or light gold or a sand colored or light gray colored pants, blue or black. And in that way, with the ARES logo on the left, over the left pocket. And in that way, if anybody's looking for an ARES person, all they got to do is just look for that tan shirt, and you found it. Much like police departments wear blue, fire wears white or light blue, and so on. We'll be able to be more easily determined just by looking out across the room. And it also gives us a very professional look. That way we don't. One of my favorite stories is had a guy show up in a Hawaiian cutoff shirt with cutoff pants and a pair of hippie jet flaps, so that the little flat sandal things, and he knew what he was doing, but he sure wasn't very good at making a presentation. So he got sent home and told to change clothes. Credentialing. A long ongoing issue is a lack of national recognized credentialing for ARES members that would be accepted by most response agencies. And what's needed is a system of vetting and credentialing ARES members for admittance to EOCs in affected areas in accordance with served agencies' desires. This would be similar to today's near universal acceptance of DHS or FEMA. Now, I know we have the ARES identification card, but there's a lot of agencies that don't accept those because there's no way to really vet them, or to have a national recognition or even a local recognition, such as at a county level or a state level. So we're trying to figure out a way and looking into doing some kind of better vetting and credentialing on a national level, or at least providing the resources that somebody can do that on a local level to get better credentials and more recognizable credentials for ARES members. Outreach. This is a two-pronged need. Recruit dedicated and committed members into the ARES program and take all practical steps to reestablish our credentials or our goodwill with served agencies by showing our level of commitment to their needs. Review our current training vehicles and in consultation with emergency management agencies and NGO partners, identify, update training objectives, goals, and courses. That's pretty self-explanatory. We just need to get back in the good graces of the served agencies. You know, you've got 20 years of good graces and 20 years of cooperation, and then you get 1 minute of somebody doing something they shouldn't have done, and it all kind of goes down the tube. And then it takes another 20 years to build it all back. So you got to be careful with that. ARRL membership. A lack of commitment by some ARES members creates a situation where many see it as a social activity, not a true mission. No real buy-in. Members of ARES should be full members of the ARRL to hold certifications above the ARES Taskbook level number 1. This gives them a level of investment supporting the ARES program, much like belonging to a professional public safety organization like APCO. It's just important that you be a member of the ARRL if you're a member of ARES. You don't have to be, but if you want to be able to hold upper level training levels, you will need to be, and also it helps support the program. Okay, those are my thoughts and points, and I know that we've probably got a lot of time left, Brendan, but I told you it was fast and furious, so I know there's going to be a lot of questions.
I hope there's a lot of questions. Yeah, we have
none right now.
Okay, well,
So-
participants, ask your questions, please. Paul is gracious enough to be here, and anybody have any ARES-based questions or MCOM-based questions for the ARRL? Oh, come on. I can't believe there's no questions.
Paul, I'll actually ask one directly. Towards your one of your last slides talked about wanting to have the investment into the league and to advance in ARES being league membership being a requirement. Are you concerned that in some communities that's going to limit the ability to be able to provide MCOM to the served municipal agencies because people won't? I mean, that's kind of a hard line. Are you concerned that that's going to reduce or drive people away from the ARES program to something else that will end up being a negative in the end?
No, not really, because a lot of those organizations, they have dues anyway, so you're probably going to be paying some sort of dues or putting some sort of money in. And so I'm not too terribly concerned about it. And a lot of the people that refuse to buy a membership or refuse to buy a membership for that matter in any organization are ones that are, they're more of a liability than they are an asset. So I'm not too terribly worried about that. I would just hope that they would want to participate with their money just as they wish to participate with their time.
Okay. We have a couple questions have come in. I assume it's EC001 and EC016 be updated soon.
Yes, EC001 is fixing to be updated, and 16 is in the process of being updated, but it's going to be a little longer because it's a lot longer and it covered more area, and it's getting a complete rewrite.
Excellent. Have there been any thoughts of adding in standardized optional endorsements to the TTB? Examples, WinLink, VHF, UHF, etc.
If an organization, one of the misconceptions about the task book is that if an organization wishes to add a requirement such as a WinLink certification or something, they're free to do that. That task book is not the end. That's just the beginning.
Okay. We had a couple questions around ARES Connect. An update or what is the plan for replacing it and the timeline for replacing it?
Okay, that's a good question. And you go to the ARRL website and look in the little news items on the opening page. You'll see there's career or business opportunities. And one of the things that we're doing is we are going out for a contractor to build us a database to do what's called, and the people that fill them out, they'll know what this is. It's your ECs, DECs, SECs, the Form 4, which was the heart of the reporting portion for ARES Connect. And we're going to be, we're pulling that portion out of the old ARES Connect and putting it in a separate platform right now. That's going to be phase 1. As to what we're going to do from there, then the Emergency Management Committee will decide once we get that done. We're hoping to be able to get something going on the emergency management platform, the Form 4 platform, within the next 3 to 6 months.
Excellent. Can you talk more about the ARES ID cards? Is there a resource for local ARES groups to get standard credentials printed? Any plan for smart cards with certificates?
I can tell you, at least from a national level, The one thing we're looking at is just the format that people could take to a printer. And so the answer is, there a research for local to get standard credentials printed? No, sir, I'm sorry, there's not. And there's no plans for smart cards with certificates because they're very expensive.
Excellent.
Can I add a comment to that? This is John, W4XY. We tried many times to go to VDEM and offer ideas as to identification. And he just met, Paul just mentioned it right there. They say it's too expensive. And so, but what's interesting is that they're able to provide that for like CERT teams and things like that. But the problem is accountability of those cards. I mean, you have members that come out or come in, whatever. How do you keep as far as the status, as far as if they're still active in the program or not? That's the problem. And it gets to be like a logistics nightmare as far as tracking those and make sure those cards are accurate. But I'd like to see something that a nationwide standard that, you know, could be used. And I think the idea of using the paper, I think, is way outdated. I mean, they're going to look at that and say, well, you know, that anybody can print that or create those.
Oh, very good. Thank you. So question, what is the one first step a new ham should do if they want to get smart on AUXCOMM emergency activities? They want to learn about them.
I would probably recommend go to the website and read all the items on the website under ARES, and then take the 100, 200, 700, 800 classes, and then take the 001 and the 016. You know, those are good places to start. Find you an ARES group, you know, hook up with an ARES group, get somebody that, you know, a lot of them will have people that will mentor you and bring you along as to what you need to know, and just be willing to learn.
Excellent. So comment on the identification card conversation. What about some kind of paper ARES card that has a QR code that links to the database that verifies the ARES membership and qualifications?
Well, the problem is that we have no database to link that back to. If somebody wished to do that on a local basis, then I would say that would probably be possible. But right now, that's not in our plan for a national card.
Would ARES consider directed funding of tech for their purposes? For example, funding enhancements or stability improvements to comm software like WinLink, FLDigi, or emerging things like JS8 call?
Well, that's going to be up to the developers of those programs. So I don't know quite how to answer that question.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions for Paul? Oh, okay. Yes. Copy that, Greg. So I do have one apparent, sorry. Any plans to split the EC016 into a series of shorter courses?
No, not at this time.
Okay. And question for clarification on the cards. What do you define as expensive?
Well, the paper cards are free, and whoever, you know, is issuing the cards would have to be would need to be funding them themselves. And some groups have little to no money, and some groups have a lot of money. So you need some type of fairly level playing field, but yet with a consistency. So you go with the lowest common denominator, which is probably some type of paper card. And so that's why I'm saying, you know, that the hard card, the smart cards, there we go. The smart cards would be too expensive, but it's not impossible. The national ARES or headquarters issuing the ID cards is not part of our plan at this time.
Okay. Other questions that folks may have?
So I can add just a little bit about credentialing and give an example of what we do in Fairfax County. So our ARES group, you can you have a choice. Do you want to be an active member and pursue the task book, or you just want to simply join and hang around? Both are acceptable. We don't discriminate against anything. You're welcome to come and have fun with ARES. However, if you want to be a serious ARES operator, you are required to go through a county level background check, fingerprinting, a photograph, an in-person interview with our emergency manager, project manager for ARES. And the county emergency management team provides our local ARES team with 2 beautifully appointed radio rooms, almost identical to one another, one at the primary emergency operations center and one at the alternate emergency operations center. And one thing that we're currently adding to our task book is, as I don't want to really call it a level 4, I guess I'd call it level 3+, or just the next step after completing level 3 would be having finished an AUXCOMM course and then having finished your AUXCOMM task book. So if you want to play hardball with ARES in Fairfax, finish your ARES task book and then move right on to your AUXCOMM task book. And then we have enough members that have already started that process that we will, in due time, we will figure out what the next step is. But for instance, if you just want to be an ARES resource that's available for like windshield surveys, or calling in from an affected area when there's a call up, you don't have to go through the credentialing process. All you simply have to do is make yourself known and know what frequencies to communicate on. And that's all available on our website. If you want to be one of the people that is allowed to step foot on the shelter property when we support shelters, or in the EOC or alternate EOC, you have to go through a background check, fingerprinting, photograph, and have an face-to-face interview with our project manager from the emergency management perspective. So, I mean, those are the rules. This is a served agency that we serve. They don't necessarily manage us, but we are so closely tied together that we work very well together. So those are the options here in Fairfax County. I see that in some other places. Some other places are very casual, and other places are more strict than we are. So we have to follow those rules because that's the agency that we serve, right? We don't make up the rules. We follow the rules, and that's I think you'll hear more about that in the afternoon sessions.
Yeah, that's one of the things, is that ARES is from the ground up. It's from the local agents, local up. And headquarters, we provide a certain amount of national or standardization of certain things, but we don't get down too far into the weeds, so that way each local group can tailor their organization and how they handle things to meet their needs. So it's from the ground up, not top down so much.
So a couple more questions have come in. Any thoughts about an ARES smartphone app to assist with that certification or credentialing?
Yeah, actually we have, but it's the finding the developer, and then we have to have the database and all the other things like that. And right now we don't have that. And somebody may say, well, ARES Connect would have done that. And it's like, no, ARES Connect would not have done that, not without a whole lot of work. We thought about that.
Very good. Brendan, can you put the website that you mentioned in the chat for everyone?
Yes, stand by. I will. Oh, the Fairfax ARES website?
I believe so, yes.
Sure, no problem.
What is the difference between ARES and AUXCOMM?
AUXCOMM, and John can go over this when he presents a little bit better. ARES is an actual program. It's a program of the American Radio Relay League. AUXCOMM is a certification and a method of an umbrella management for amateur radio or volunteer communicators. That's the real quick answer. John explains it a whole lot better than I can, and I'm sure he'll be happy to explain it when he gets up on deck.
Yeah, stick around for John Peterson's presentation. I'm sure that will be answered.
And we are currently without question.
All right, well,
Ate up a little time.
I'm sorry?
I said we ate up a little time.
Yeah, exactly. So unless anybody else has some suggestions for a discussion right now, I'm going to suggest that we take a short break and you all grab a sandwich or something, and we will reconvene at like 12:20, 12:25 for a 12:35 start for John Peterson.
Okay. I want to thank everybody for inviting me. And if you got any questions, you can email me or give me a call.
Thank you so much for making time for us today. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Brendan.
Absolutely. Nobody else? Really? Come on. 61 of you here. You got to have something to say. Paul, you're muted if you're talking to us.
I said I'll stick around a little longer if anybody's got any questions.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure I want to start the next presentation 40 minutes early. I believe there are people coming to see the AUXCOMM portion that might not have been here in the morning. So,
Hey, Brendan, I got a question for Paul.
yeah, go for it.
Hey, Paul, it's John Roberts, W4XY. I got a question on the monthly reporting. Okay. Is there any way in this next level of the database to where that it can be used for recording the monthly activities like we always send to Steve Ewald?
Yeah, well, that's what it'll be used for.
Okay, because I tell you what, the area, I'm sure you heard this many times, the areas connect with someone cumbersome as far as to do that kind of thing. So basically we use it down here, obviously for the registration, but it didn't seem to lend itself very friendly to be able to, register the monthly activities. So it'd be, great if it's able to be more user friendly rather than user hostile.
Oh yeah, in fact, the Form 4, the manual version of the Form 4 is pretty much what we're going to put online, and it'll go into a database. If you fill it in, the plans are is you would fill it out online, and that information will go into a database, and then Steve or Ken Bailey or whoever has rights to do it, will be able to run a report of activity from wherever, your section or maybe a particular county or all the way up to a division. That's exactly what this Form 4 is going to do.
Yeah, my concern is the fact that would I be able to have access to my monthly reporting? So basically, it's going to be automatic. And as far as the DEC or SEC, the SEC, they don't have to do any kind of reporting because it's automatically been done supposedly by the EECs and DECs, correct?
Well, you can pull down your reports and look at them. And you would probably, like I said, the call for a developer is on the web page, and it's only been there for like a couple of days, so we don't know for sure what it's going to look like, but we would like for people to be able to pull it down and the super user be able to massage the data, as in, add in some things that got missed or something that was at a section level or something like that.
Okay, are you saying that it's already on the ARRL website as far as a preliminary look at?
It's on the ARRL website for a call for a developer.
Oh, okay, very fine.
So if you know any developers, you might have them look at it.
Okay, very fine. Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Hey, Paul, this is Brendan. Is there a definitive date defined yet for Connect to go away?
The end of June.
The end of June. Okay. So I know right now in Virginia, if you simply, back to a question earlier about how do you become affiliated with ARES? ARES Connect, so I'm not sure if this is being done nationally, but it's definitely being done in Virginia. If you simply go out to the Virginia ARES Connect page and create an account, there are Virginia Connect managers that sort out what zip code or town, or, you know, they'll send your contact information based on your registration to the appropriate EC or whomever is in charge of that area. I get emails periodically from those gentlemen telling me, hey, you have 4 people in your area just signed up. And then myself and my team work to find those people and you know, right, because the Fairfax County requirements might be slightly different and a little more intense than some more rural counties in the Commonwealth for accepting membership. But that being said, in Fairfax, anybody is welcome, and it's up for you to decide how involved you want to be, and we'll help you along the way.
Okay. You'll probably have to develop, at least temporarily, a manual system to do that.
Is that okay?
Once,
you mean in between?
In between.
Yeah.
And we don't know what the final version of the replacement is going to look like. It may not have that feature.
Right.
I don't. I'll be real honest. I don't know.
So I don't think this is necessarily a feature of Connect. I think it's the gentleman that stood up to be the administrators of Virginia are you know, twice a week, 3 times a week, going in and seeing if they're new members, identifying where they're from, and then alerting the appropriate people.
Right. You'll probably, at least for the time being, until it can be determined which way it's going to go, if you wish to keep that type of feature, then you'll have to develop I'm going to say you'll have to develop a manual method. But, you know,
sure,
right now the jury is out on a little bit of everything, so we don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey, Brandon, it's John. I got a comment right quick.
Sure.
Yeah. Terry Buzzard and John Best are, I believe, they're working on something locally as an interim until the final product comes out on the new system. So they've been working. John is very talented as far as the database and webpage and all that, and Terry has insight as far as the structure, as far as how it should be. So I think in Virginia we're going to have something locally, not promising anything, but I think that that's what their goal is to have something to as an interim until this new system comes out.
Yeah, that makes sense. And those guys do good work.
Yeah, but keep in mind, we don't know what the new system is going to, the final product's going to look like. It may not have all the features that ARES Connect had, because some of the features were the ones that made it so difficult to use.
Well, what I hope, Paul, is the fact that you get somebody that will look at it that knows about database structure. And if I make a recommendation that John Best, KC4MEC, he's a programmer, okay, and does this kind of thing. And I would hope that from last time, I mean, you get people from these developers that will sell you anything. And the problem is having somebody, and not saying negatively or making an insult to anybody, if somebody knows what they're looking at, okay? And so as far as making a determination, does it really meet our requirements? Because one particular thing that we were looking at is transferring files, okay, attachments. And you can do ARES Connect. And they said that's for security reasons. So, you know, and I never seen anything like that. I understand security issues, but it made it really cumbersome. So what I hope is that this next evolution, that you guys at the headquarters will take some input from people like us, say, this is what we're looking for. And, you know, and these are some things that makes our job a lot easier had if we had these other things involved in it. And I don't think they're all that complicated as far as put into it. But it just basically, it would help it be able to have the email function that like ARES Connect had, be able to, you know, send messages out to everybody, you know, like a blast message or something to that effect. So I hope that would be incorporated in the next evolution.
Okay. What I would suggest is I would have this gentleman go look at the call for submission that's on the webpage, the ARRL webpage, and have him apply for it. It's a paying gig.
Very well. Yeah, he's online here now. He knows that we're talking about him. So, so anyway, I think he got the idea. Thank you, though.
Okay, no problem.
Hey, Paul, we have some questions accumulating here in the chat. So let's see. What is the future for ARES as we head into a tech-heavy infrastructure?
We have to make ourselves relevant. I don't really know how to answer that.
Right,
I'll
I
be
figured.
honest.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, look, Jack Smith. Hey, Jack. It may be worth mentioning that the checks are there to protect the survivors, not to in any way prevent someone from serving.
I guess you're talking about background checks.
Right. Yes. Yeah. He must be. Yeah. Yeah.
I totally agree.
Yep. Me too. It's a good thing. Okay. It would be interesting to hear how all the different comm groups should be working together or combining efforts. ARES, Comms Cache, Virginia Defense Force, etc.
I think somebody from Virginia needs to answer that.
I got that question. We've been working with Virginia Defense Force, Civil Air Patrol, several organizations like in supporting the operation of the Virginia Operations Center. And so my policy has always been that even though we may have different ideas how we approach emerging MCOMs, the importance is that we all talk together so that, again, like I used in my earlier presentation, that we're not looking at each other across the street as far as providing the same service. So, but yes, that's the kind of philosophy I've always taken as far as reaching out to other NCOM groups and that we're talking. So it's not like, we're, not knowing that they're there. We know they're there, but we're also reaching out to them. So there are, people that we have worked with and continue to work with as far as making that communication across the organizations, keep going.
And I'll just add that, that's classic AUXCOMM right there. Different groups getting together and working for a common cause.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. What material is actually, okay. I'm not, what the question is, what material is actually covered in the EC001 and EC016 courses? But I think that could probably be better answered by going out to the website and taking a peek.
Yes, I think that would be better answered because I believe there is a syllabus.
There is a syllabus for each of those courses available. Yes.
There is.
I think
that's free. Now there are prerequisites, and for the 16 course, the prerequisites, there's quite a few of them, but it is obtainable.
All right, we have one more here. Status and events for ARRL deployable comms cache.
Don't know what that means.
I'm not sure. Gene, if you could maybe clarify your question a bit. I'm not sure we understand what you're asking.
The comms, in other words, the handmade kits are deployable upon request for disasters or large-scale events, and then in most cases, then they're returned once it's over. But there's no, we've got a few that are available, but we don't have any events, so to speak. So I'm not sure what he was asking.
Would something like the Marine Corps Marathon qualify for those?
Yeah. I'm going to, in passive deployed caches gear the disaster, is there an organized system or just ad hoc? No, there's an organized system. Okay, I see what he's asking. Yes, there's an organized system, and he needs to just contact me or Ken Bailey at headquarters. Like if you want one for the Marine Corps thing.
Yeah, we probably don't, because everybody kind of brings their own stuff, but I was just curious if that was that size event would qualify for a request.
Right. Well, there is a vetting. In other words, if it's going to an area where we pretty well know there's a lot of equipment already, like the Marine Corps, and what about sizes and capabilities? It's got an HF radio, it's got a VHF radio, it's got an antenna, and that's really about it. It's a fairly basic kit. So and it comes in a very large Pelican case.
I'd like to add a comment to that, Paul.
Go ahead.
I asked for one of those kits like during a hurricane that we had coming up the coast here. And unfortunately, the league has a contract with a specific shipping company. Requested had to deliver in Norfolk. And because they use a specific shipping company, not DHL or UPS or USPS, it was a different company. And so what happened that the kit had been delivered to Baltimore, and there was no way I could get somebody to go up all the way to Baltimore to pick it up. So, there got to be something. I don't know if something has changed since then, that it needs to be more flexible as far as how it's shipped. Because what happened was that the company had closed because of the hurricane coming up and possibly hitting our area. So that was really a frustration as far as using that. So my goal is to develop the gold boxes here locally in the state, because and that may be just one incident that has happened, but just keep in mind that because of using a sole source and a specific vendor, this kind of situation can happen again.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
So one of the things about being located in Northern Virginia is that we are very lucky to be resource rich. So any request from this area would probably be denied just by the zip code, I would imagine.
Yeah. Is there any other questions? Because if not, I think I'm going to drop off. I've got something else I've got to do this afternoon, so I won't be for the roundtable wrap up.
Well, thanks for coming, Paul. We really appreciate it. We enjoyed your talk and your ability to answer questions.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll be in touch soon.
Okay. John, it's all yours.
Thank you, Paul.
So John, do you want to wait to your official start time, or do you want to kick in?
You're the boss. You tell me.
So my only hesitation is that there might be people coming for the second part of the day that aren't here yet. And I'd hate to see them lose out on the opportunity.
Call the ball?
Are you gonna fill your full-time slot?
Oh, that remains to be seen.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Let's take a 10-minute break and regroup in 10 minutes. All right, I'll be back in a bit. All right, so we have John Peterson officially starting on the schedule in 10 minutes. So I'm curious if, John Roberts, are you still with us? All right, trying to get an answer for Jack's question here. And I think that John or Dr. Paulsa would be the right ones to answer it. So we'll let that sit there for a few. Hey, bud, good to see you here. Thanks for coming.
I'm here if you need me.
Okay. Yeah. So Joe, the question has been posted. Has there been any consideration of recommending the N5 TIM resource typing to allow deployment managers to more easily request capability?
A lot of discussions have gone on about all sorts of resource typing. We have looked at it. We have had locally, we've had several clubs basically come up with their own Go kits, if you will, or resource typing kits. And what we're looking at here is we're redoing this ARES emergency plan for the state of Virginia. And part of the rewriting of this plan and updating of it is resource typing and coming up basically with that same information that you showed here earlier, so that there is a reference point. So that's pretty much what we're talking about using, let's put it that way. So nothing's written in blood yet, but that's a great start for us because there's hundreds and hundreds of those kinds of lists available, but this is something that appears to be broadly accepted. So that's the kind of thing we'll use for a point of reference.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, we still have a few minutes to go before the official start time. So does anybody else have anything they'd like to discuss before we introduce our next panelist? All righty. Well, sit tight. I want to try to keep to the schedule. So we'll be back in a few minutes. All right. I believe that we are close enough to the start time to get started here. So our next presenter is John Peterson, who is a telecommunications specialist with CISA ECD. And I think he is probably the right person to be talking about, to us about AUXCOMM. So John, whenever you're ready, let me stop sharing my screen. Please pick it up.
Okay, Brendan, can you hear me?
Absolutely, you sound good.
Thank you very much for inviting us. I also invite everybody to stick around for Tom Gagnon. He'll be talking about AUXCOMM from a Virginia standpoint. Excuse me. So my name is John Peterson. I work for the Emergency Communications Division of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. Obviously, somebody had made a lot of money coming up with that name and they couldn't get enough of the word security. So we do a lot of things in ECD. AUXCOMM just happens to be one of them. I think some of the things we're most famous for is the communication unit training that we've been doing for the past 10 years for public safety. And that's courses such as communication leader, incident communication manager, incident tactical dispatcher, AUXCOMM communication technician, things of that nature. And we've been teaching those for 10 years. When COVID hit, obviously that put a break on a lot of in-person training, and that continues today. So we did a little initiative, and we were working with FEMA EMI, where we would start virtual training, which we did officially start in October. We had 3 or 4 beta classes, and then we really got started in February. So far to date, we've taught 23 virtual classes in FY21, and we have 24 waiting to be taught on the books, and I still have a backlog after that. And the 4 courses, actually the 5 courses we do now teach virtually on WebEx is COML Train the Trainer, INCM, INTD, and AUXCOMM. So the main thing I wanted to do when I came here was to basically talk about the AUXCOMM program. A lot of, I get to sit in on a lot of virtual meetings, and it's amazing what I hear sometimes. So I'm glad to be able to be here in person. And we're going to be discussing how AUXCOMM has been going nationwide, and basically how you can request the course virtually or in person, which I think Brendan has already done through the CISA technical assistant process. So what I'm about to say here is the official definition of AUXCOMM. AUXCOMM is an all-inclusive term used to describe the many organizations that provide various types of temporary emergency communication support to emergency management, public safety, and other government agencies, or describes the services themselves. This includes, but is not limited to, amateur radio, military radio, citizens band radio, GMRS, FRS, and any other communication means when phones or internet communications is either disrupted or taken out. So it's just not amateur radio, and that's why we've been working also with REACT. AUXCOMM started back in 2009 when I first came on board, when the organization, when it was called Office of Emergency Communications, was built. We had some ham radio operators on the staff, and we were wondering why the amateur radio community was not being included in a lot of the training. So we went to management and pleaded the case and asked them if we could try to do a course that was dedicated to the volunteers of amateur radio in support of public safety. Now when we came up with this briefing, we actually called every single statewide interoperability coordinator, which each state has, and said, what are the things that bother you most about amateur radio people trying to provide emergency communications? And what would you like to see change? And if we could change this, Would you be more open to bringing amateur radio volunteers into the EOC to help provide that backup emergency communications when needed? The requirements we got out of those phone calls help us design the AUXCOMM curriculum as it stands today. We had a lot of instructors that were also amateur radio operators, part of that. The ARRL was in there, and a few other organizations. And we came up with a draft and taught the first course in Lincoln, Nebraska in December of 2009. It actually took us about 6 months to develop that course once we sat down. But the hardest part, I think, was initially briefing this to our managers, because as you well know, people that do not deal with amateur radio operators or amateur radio on a daily basis just don't understand. So convincing them that we were indeed a valuable resource was the primary reason for those meetings and the creation of the AUXCOMM course. So once again, during this coordination process, when we were putting the curriculum together, we had, as I mentioned, the ARRL, REACT, Mars, RACES, Saturn, probably a few other organizations, which I can't really remember off the top of my head. And then we started building this curriculum, which we teach in 2 different ways. It's either very intense weekend with 10-hour days, 2 days going on, or like we do at the Dayton Hamvention or the Florida Hamcation, we'll do a 3-day version, which actually gives us additional time to do the exercises. AUXCOMM, one of the main things is when we teach it, it's the dance between a volunteer and the communication leader that happens within an EOC. We also teach go and review the NIMS ICS. Now that wasn't part of everybody's curriculum back then, but that was one of the things our stakeholders wanted to see. Now, when we go out and do communications planning with each of the states, and they come up with what we call a skip, we make sure that in that communication planning, they do look for the ways amateur radio can be of assistance in a backup situation. So now official documents being produced by the state are including this key resource. Paul mentioned that AUXCOMM is not a group. So let me preface that. AUXCOMM is a training philosophy. If I went into a big lot that had nothing but trucks in it, you've got Chevys, you got Fords, you got Dodge, a multitude of different types of trucks. And that's the same where it goes for ARES, RACES, Mars, et cetera, et cetera. But if you look at the lot as a whole, you're looking at trucks. And that's what AUXCOMM is kind of like. It's an umbrella term describing all these various organizations that are working together for the common good. Now, the curriculum is determined by the stakeholders. We do not have a bunch of ECD personnel sitting around and say, what do we think they want? We have what we call the AUXCOMM working group that is manned and womaned by SWICs from the various states or their designated representatives. This is the way we communicate with them so they can tell us what they want to see in their states. And we try to come up with a baseline standard that will try to meet most of the requirements. Now, each state obviously is different. I mean, Pennsylvania is not the same as Texas. Florida is not the same as Washington State. So we encourage additional curriculum that they might want to add to the back end of an AUXCOMM class. Or when we start talking about the position task book, by the way, the position task book was also written by the stakeholders. It was not done by a committee at ECD. It We got the SWICs from the various states. These are the movers and the shakers and the decision makers to come together and develop the position task book they wanted to see for their volunteer communicators. And that's how we came up with it. Now the course curriculum, the PTB, and what FEMA calls the 509, which is the position description, is currently up at the National Integration Center, which determines official positions under NIMS ICS. COML, I believe, has already been endorsed as the official position. I think RADO and COMT recently got approved in the last year. INCM, INTD, and AUXCOMM are currently up there being reviewed with our hopes of making that an official position under NIMS ICS. Let me give you some numbers. On a national basis, AUXCOMM, we've trained over 3,000 people right now. For those interested, we've taught 3,800 COMLs, 2,000 COMTs. As far as the state of Virginia goes, we've got 248 COMLs, 195 COMTs, and currently 57 Virginia residents that have taken the AUXCOMM course. As far as state-sponsored instructors, these are instructors that have met or have exceeded the requirements that ECD has for its own instructors. If they can meet those requirements, then we allow these state-sponsored instructors at the state level to teach our curriculum. And then when the course is done, we issue the CISA AUXCOMM certificate for them. To become a state-sponsored instructor is not for the faint of heart, and we'll get into that. Technical assistance requests for getting a class, like a COML class, the AUXCOMM class, whatnot, must come through the statewide interoperability coordinator. So if you have any desire to take these courses, you need to speak to the SWIC. As far as the actual AUXCOMM class, you must take 100, 200, 700, 800. You're not going to get around it. ARES does it. We do it. Many other people do it. You also must have a valid FCC amateur radio license. Our in-person course handles 30 students. Our virtual course will only handle 15. And actually, we have to add an extra day onto the virtual course because it's just a little bit slower moving around, especially when you're working on exercises. And so far, ECD has taught that class 145 times around the country. Let's go back to the instructors for a second. AUXCOMM instructors, we feel that quality is more important than quantity. So the instructor qualifications are extremely high. An instructor must have a public safety affiliation, i.e. a fire department, paramedic, EOC, things of that nature. Unfortunately, RACES and ARES are not considered public safety. They're called public service. Now, if they teach AUXCOMM, so this is, as Paul has said in his previous, ESF 6 is what currently ARES and RACES are doing. Public safety, as far as ECD, is ESF 2. We're starting to, the line between these are kind of getting blurred because of the different mission requirements. A club may have their requirement to support a marathon or a staging area during a race or something to that effect. What we do is get ready to prepare the AUXCOMM people to support the COML that deploys, the COMTs, the emergency managers almost a direct link as a backup for public safety. To become an instructor, you must have at least a general class license that you've had at least for 3 years, general class or above. You must have taken the AUXCOMM course and some other train the trainer course, whether that's COML train the trainer or the AUXCOMM train the trainer, but having that train the trainer background is required. In addition to the 1, 2, 7, 8 ICS classes, you must also take 300 and 400. And when we say you must take these classes, they must be the most current version. So if a new version of ICS 700 pops up after you started teaching, you are then required within 90 days to get that new certificate. And that's the way it is not only for AUXCOMM, but that's for COML and the rest of the COMU courses as well. You must have taken the COML course to become an AUXCOMM instructor. You must understand what those people do and what they understand. And some kind of a formal adult education course, or must have shown a long history of being that you have actually taught some course in a college or a university or something of that nature. The AUXCOMM PTB is required. It must be signed off. And last but not least, both the SWIC and the state training officer must sign off on all of these documents and agree that they will utilize you as an AUXCOMM instructor within their state. In other words, the state's going to know about it one way or the other. Let me give you an update on the AUXFOG. We are indeed updating it alongside with the NIFOG. The NIFOG is very shortly, it's in the final review. As you might well know, with the federal government, everybody wants to be able to say they looked at it before it went out on the street. Some parts of the NIFOG are also in the AUXFOG, which we are updating, and that information must be identical. So until the NIFOG is complete, we cannot put the final touches on the new AUXFOG. Right now, you can get the current version of the AUXFOG on both Apple and Google app stores. And again, we're working on the newer versions. We hope to have those out in the not too distant future. This is some history. I won't go into that. Let me go back to the AUXCOMM working group. Again, everything we do is driven by the actual stakeholders that are receiving these resources and abilities. They tell us what their requirement is. We take those requirements and we create the documents that create the baseline standard, which you have now seen not only in the AUXCOMM course, but also in the AUXCOMM PTB, any other document we put together. So it's driven by the stakeholder, always driven by the stakeholder. And if we can't get their approval, actually they are the final approval authority. If they don't like what they've written, they can definitely kill it or else kick it back until they want it rewritten. Again, that working group is made up of the actual SWICs from the states or their designated representative. Now we've got over half of the states involved with the AUXCOMM working group right now. The chair is Carla Jurens out of the state of Texas and is co-chaired by Edwin Whitworth out of the state of Georgia. That first meeting took place in January of 2020, but it was approved in early 2019. Of course, you know we're working on the AUXFOG. We are working on what we call the AUXC, which is the individual, the AUXC COMEX. Okay, once that actually gets out on the street, that you'll have a methodology to get those position task books signed off. How that's going to be done is still under discussion, but right now it looks like it's going to be almost like field day. And then hopefully next year, once we get all these other projects done, we'll start working on the updated AUXCOMM curriculum. My last and favorite slide of all times is what I call truth and false, or the myth. As I travel around the United States, up until COVID anyway, we heard a lot of stories, a lot of things that were being messaged that weren't not necessarily the truth, or only part of the truth. So I'm going to read off some of these. It's not very many. First of all, taking the AUXCOMM course certifies an individual for a state. Anybody want to take an answer at that? Dead silence. The crickets. No, the AUXCOMM course does not certify you within your state. Tom, that was an awfully big breath.
I'm sorry, I thought I was on mute. I'm clearing my throat. I'll try to be quiet.
Yeah, you came up like a big red sign there. Another myth, ARES, RACES, organizations of that type cannot also be considered part of AUXCOMM. That's a false statement. ARES is always going to be RACES, or ARES is always going to be ARES, RACES, and so on and so forth. The AUXCOMM training just supplements what you already are doing. It cannot hurt you. Actually, it will expand a lot of the education and why your stakeholders are doing what they want to do. So I do recommend AUXCOMM. It's a great endorsement. We have had other countries ask us for the curriculum. We have shared it. We just had a country, I'll just say last week was the last one we had. AUXCOMM only uses amateur radio. That's incorrect. 95% of the time during a disaster, the internet does not go down. 95% phones don't go down. So is it prudent to train just for the 5%? No, it's not. We will utilize any emergency communication means we can get our hands on, just short of smoke signals and carrier pigeon, if it will get the message through. And again, the position task book is the national AUXCOMM position task book. If you haven't seen it, you really need to see it. It does not take the place of the ARES PTB. It does, the SAFECOM NICSWIC committees have deemed it the national baseline standard that any state can utilize as their certification or use as part of their certification process for AUXCOMM. We encourage states to create their own annex in regards to state-specific AUXCOMM or amateur radio and add that to the back end of the national PTB. So there's a lot of flexibility there. Last but not least, there is an unofficial AUXCOMM Facebook page that's up there, and a lot of information about activities going around the country can be found there. It's called the AUXCOMM AUXC Brotherhood and Sisterhood. People on there are the AUXCOMM instructors, SWICs, people that just enjoy ham radio in general. A lot of good information comes out of there. So if you're into social media and you'd like to try that out, we would dearly glad to see you there. That's all I have for my particular presentation. Does anybody have any questions before we give this over to Tom Gagnon? One of the Virginia asks, is the recording going to be available?
Yes, absolutely. All of our club meetings and most of our presentations, to include all 3 tracks today, will be available after our fabulous video editor takes his hand at editing it and making these things shorter. So we will socialize when those videos are available on YouTube, Vienna Wireless Society.
Has anybody out there been told something that AUXCOMM requires this or AUXCOMM requires that, whatever, and you want to know what the real answer is? I think I know somebody that can give us that answer. Okay, I do not see any comments, Brendan.
Nor do I. Really? No questions for John? No comments? Well, all right. John will be back a little bit later after Tom presents, right? I think you're coming back, aren't you?
I will stay here.
Yeah, perfect. So just a reminder to any of, I see the numbers have grown a little bit. So at 1:45, after Tom's presentation next, a few of, but not all of the panelists will be sticking around to answer general questions about anything and everything. So we are just, all right. So I guess I built in 5 minutes between each presenter. So let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back for Tom Gagnon. And we'll start 5 minutes early according to the schedule. See you in 5. So we have a question in the Q&A room. How do you know who your COML person is in your city? Anybody want to take a stab at that? Maybe when Tom comes back, we'll answer that question.
Yeah, let's give that one to Tom.
Let's pile everything on Tom for the rest of the day, okay? Sound fair?
I'm all for.
Well, I might be talking to no one here, but I just want to remind everybody that this event took a whole lot of coordination from a small bunch of very excited amateur radio operators at Vienna Wireless Society. And we have been, each of the track managers and a few other people, our YouTube guru, our Zoom guru, and a general technology guru in the club have been texting pictures back and forth. And these will be posted on the website shortly. But looks like Don Taylor is watching 8 streams at once, each track on Zoom and each track on YouTube, making sure that everything's going well. So if you bump into any of the VWS folks while you're out and about, make sure you say thank you for the effort. This was quite the task to pull this event together. And thank you everybody for coming. I see 64 people at this particular one. So thank you. Thank you. Tom, do you want to start 5 minutes early?
Sure. Let me try to pull my brief up here.
Yeah, let me stop sharing this.
Okay.
And oh gosh, I was going to use that as a cheat sheet. So let's welcome Tom Gagnon, and he is the CISA ECD emergency coordinator for emergency communications coordinator for Virginia, West Virginia, and DC. And Tom and I have become friendly over the last year and a half with my involvement in and interest in AUXCOMM. And John and I decided we were going to pile stuff on you here. I'm not sure if you heard that, but thanks for being here, and take it away.
All right, I'm going to try to. Do you see my brief?
Yes, sir.
All right, super. All right, as a former Marine, I'm going to try not to screw up my Zoom connection here. So you mentioned the Marine Corps Marathon. I've ran that twice, and from a participant's perspective, certainly impressed by just the magnitude of it. But to hear what y'all as amateur radio operators provide just adds more appreciation for that event. And it is truly an amazing thing. If you haven't seen it, it's pretty cool. So before I get started, a little bit about me. I did mention former Marine. I retired in 2015 out of Quantico, and had the good fortune of being selected to serve as Virginia's SWIC from 2015 to 2017. Got to know Gabe, as Dr. Joe shared with us. Gabe is going to be our next interoperability program coordinator. The plan is, I understand, will be officially appointed by Secretary Moran in the near future as the actual SWIC for Virginia. And looking forward to that. So yeah, I worked as the SWIC from 2015 to 2017. And I guess we're all kind of victims of our past. The Marine Corps had an opportunity at Quantico to come back as a civilian, worked on some issues as we refocus on the Pacific, was involved with trying to establishing a new Marine base on the island of Guam, first base since 1950 to be created from scratch. That was pretty cool. And then ECD had an opportunity to come back as an emergency communications coordinator. So that is what I'm doing now since August of 2019. And I work on various projects pertaining to public safety communications for West Virginia, and the District of Columbia. But I'll get into that a little bit more later. So let me move forward with this. So what do I want to talk about with you is amateur radio. I want to talk about the statewide interoperability coordinator, what he does, and then how you can work with him, basically, help him to help you. I want to talk about how the SWIC fits into the overall governance model for public safety communications in Virginia. Again, I think there's opportunities there for the amateur radio community to increase their engagement with that. And lastly, share, and John already did a little bit about ECD, but I'll talk about a little bit as well. And then how I play in the whole mix as the emergency communications coordinator, the ECC, in support of the SWIC. So Big picture first, the NECP, the National Emergency Communications Plan. ECD, the agency I work for and John works for, is directed per federal law to create and maintain the NECP, which is a national level public safety communications strategy document that attempts to channel our energies in a coordinated fashion across public safety to enhance interoperability. So it'll lay out various goals. It was last updated in 2019, and it includes some cyber verbiage. As we all know, cybersecurity is becoming a growing topic every day, just continues to grow in magnitude. But the NECP, as it pertains to SWCC, recommends that every state, territory, and district establish a SWCC position. And what does that person do? So that's in essence, the key word is coordination. A SWCC cannot compel anyone or any organization to do anything. The statewide interoperability coordinator, he has to or she has to use their people skills. They got to be an extrovert. They got to get out there and just bring people together, connect the dots, if you will, find common interests, common concerns for common problems, and bring people together in a coordinated fashion to get things done. When I came on board in 2015 as a SWCC, I went around and visited with each of the regional interoperability committees. They're referred to as RPAC-Is, Regional Preparedness Advisory Committee -interoperability. There's 7 of them. And I know Dr. Joe visits regularly with the Region 1 that is based in the Richmond, Petersburg, kind of covers that area. He attends those meetings. But went out and visited and could see that, there were common interests and concerns. So right off the bat, very quickly, as that state level coordinator, I saw opportunities to pull people together to work on things that were of common interest. And that's really the beauty of the job and really, in essence, why it exists. It is the SWCC is the focal point for maintaining public safety governance. And in Virginia, at the top, we have the statewide interoperability executive committee. And that's made up of about 26 folks that represent state agencies, the regions, the major first responder disciplines, and professional associations that have an interest in interoperability. And the SEEK is supported by the regional committees that I mentioned, and collectively they create their own strategy document. So I mentioned there's an NECP at the national level, but then we recommend that each state create a state level plan, which we refer to as the SCIP, the State Communications Interoperability Plan. And Virginia has one in draft. I know when Gabe gets on board, his first day is Monday the 26th, just 2 days from now. One of his immediate do-outs is to get that plan finalized. And I haven't looked at it, but we need to make sure the amateur radio is in there. So I know Dr. Pulsa is part of the SEEK, and he is our representative for these type matters. And we need to make sure that we've got something in there that talks to what we want to see the future for amateur radio to be in Virginia. The SWCC is also involved in grants. Obviously anything with money is of huge importance, and certainly amateur radio can apply for grants. Specifically, I'll talk about the State Homeland Security Grant Program, which the SWCC kind of orchestrates the process by which any communications related project that's going after that grant gets vetted and ultimately possibly approved. So what the SWCC will do is convene a committee from the SEEK membership to actually review those grants and provide recommendations to the state coordinator. The SWCC, excuse me, I had to think for a second. The SWCC is also, so the SWCC, he's working with the SEEK. He's a permanent member of the SEEK. He's the secretary for the SEEK. He works with the regional committees, and he's also very closely coordinated with the Virginia Department of Emergency Management and the Virginia State Police. So I'm watching my time here. I don't want to run over, so I won't belabor this slide any longer. But there's a lot of things that the SWIC does, and I like this slide that I'm showing you here because it visually depicts that he or she's at the center of a lot of stuff. You know, I talked about grants, outreach and education is huge. When I was the SWIC, I was also the state single point of contact for FirstNet, which, if you're not familiar with that, just, you know, quick definition, it's a public safety dedicated broadband network for mobile devices. That project was still in its infancy, so I was involved with that, doing a lot of outreach and education pertaining to that. Program management, you know, the SWIC ends up developing a program of all the different projects he or she's working on. Implementing plans, the coordination piece, I talked to that, and policy development. And I'll hit on something about that later that I think definitely has a role for amateur radio to be involved in. And then in the whole backgrounds, all the technology, all the emerging technology, the SWIC's got to get smart on not only the current technology, but what's coming out there. And then now we've got cybersecurity, which, you know, that subject's pertaining to technology and the protection of all those different IP-based things that we're starting to use. So, you know, it's not just land mobile radio anymore. It's obviously broadband. So we're looking at how LMR and LTE can interoperate. 911 is migrating from, you know, the old copper line analog to now next generation 911, IP-based, digital, cloud computing. You know, where are all the challenges with that? Gets back to cyber, and then alerts and warnings. So here's another diagram. I kind of got into this a little bit talking about in the first couple slides, but this, you know, and I apologize for the eye chart. It's hard to get away from some of this stuff. It's got to be an eye chart sometimes, but some things I'll point out. To the left, you'll see the STARS management group. So STARS stands for State Agency Radio System. That group is key in managing that state agency program. State Police has the lead for it, but the SWIC is involved with that. He's also involved on the right, as I mentioned, with VEDM, with EFS2 type matters. Gabe will be part of the Homeland Security Division, which is a component of the governor's office, which I think is a big deal for Virginia. Some states, they'll bury their SWIC down into the, you know, the minutia, but Virginia has made the right decision to keep their SWIC in an elevated position within government. So he's got the ability to leverage that for trying to advance the different things that we have on the plate for public safety communications. I talked about the SEEK. I won't belabor that really much more. And then again, the RPAC ICs that represent the 7 regions, you can see the graphic there of Virginia. They are the bedrock. They are the foundation of the SEEK. And they are regional subject matter expert groups that are feeding in ideas, recommendations, and requests for support to the SEEK, i.e. technical assistance offerings, which I'll talk about later in this brief. You know, John had mentioned that the SWIC is key to requesting technical assistance for the state. So ECD, John mentioned we're part of CISA. CISA deems itself as the nation's risk advisor, and we obviously focus on the public safety communications aspect of that. I would like to say we coordinate all the myriad of efforts across the country, all the disjointed efforts into a coordinated manner to advance public safety. We articulate that through the NECP, and we put the means to accomplishing those objectives by initiating our technical assistance program. The technical assistance program, which I'll talk about next, is really the means by which we accomplish these goals that we establish, both at the NECP, at the national level, and at the state level. I mentioned the SCIPs, the state plans. And it's very important that we make sure that amateur radio is represented within that plan. And we articulate, I say we, the amateur radio community articulates what they want to see accomplished for Virginia. And I've heard a lot of great things mentioned today. This has been very educational for me, listening to these briefs. I've learned a lot. I mean, 30% of the Virginia Cash members are amateur radio operators. I never knew that. That's huge. So that pays huge dividends in educating that capability in Virginia, what amateur radio can bring to the table. You have almost a third of the folks who actually do it. ECD, we also do some other things. We develop and publish guidance and best practice and educational publications in coordination with SAFECOM and NCSWC, which is the National Council for Statewide Interoperability Coordinators. We are also the program manager for what's called GETS and WPS. GETS is the Government Emergency Telecommunications Service, and then the Wireless Priority Service. So basically, they provide priority communications service if you subscribe to it for both landline, which is the GETS, and then for the wireless, the WPS for cell phones. Now myself, so there's a little bit about ECD. Myself as a coordinator, I really see myself as kind of like a regional SWIC, if you will. I don't have the ability, I don't have no regulatory authority, statutory authority to compel anyone to do anything. I coordinate. I work with West Virginia, Virginia, and DC, and when I see commonality and problems and challenges, I try to bring them together to develop solutions. So let me move on to the Interoperability Communications Technical Assistance Program. Pre-COVID, we were doing probably around 250 technical assistance offerings per year. Our offerings, John talked about the AUXCOMM and the CommU classes overall, but generally our technical assistance offerings cover governance, the development of standard operating procedures, technology, assessments, and training and exercise, both development and the execution of them. So here's a snapshot right now that would be of interest to y'all that I have in the chute for Virginia. We've got 2 active work orders, one for the AUXCOMM class that John talked about, and then for a functional communications exercise. And John also talked about that briefly, how we're going to formalize a package, an exercise package for the AUXCOMM that complements the AUXCOMM training in order to get the position task book done. So we're on the waiting list for the AUXCOMM TA to be delivered. You heard about that in the waiting list. We'll just have to wait our turn for that. And then obviously the exercise will have to be on hold until we can get the pandemic behind us. So lots of opportunities for, in my opinion, for amateur radio to get more engaged in Virginia. And I'll even talk about the district a little bit. In our next brief, will be focused on the inauguration. But I would argue, I apologize for the eye chart, it's sometimes hard to get away from them. But if you look at the 7 various aspects of urban incident communications highlighted in bold, I would argue that there's opportunities for amateur radio in all those areas to provide support to some degree. You know, it's just a function of us figuring out to coordinate, collaborate, how we can do that and make that a reality. I think Zach, this morning did a great job of demonstrating some of the challenges operating in a rural environment with the terrain, the lack of infrastructure. So just as there's opportunities in the urban environment, there's also obviously going to be opportunities in the rural environment as well. So what can we do? I keep saying we, because I feel like I'm part of this team. I want to be part of this team, but what can the Virginia amateur radio community do to better engage with Virginia's public safety governance I talked about, better engage with the SWIC to advance your interests, and ultimately improve public safety communications readiness overall? And I think I would recommend these briefs that you're given today to get on Gabe's calendar to give these briefs to him somehow, in person, virtually, at some point in the future when you can get on his schedule, I would give these briefs to him. I think it would be a huge educational opportunity for him. I talked about policy, and I think there's an opportunity for amateur radio to get involved with the development of the Virginia Communications Unit Qualification Policy. So what am I talking about here? I'm talking about, let's say CommT, CommL, or AUXCOMM in your case. You do the training, you do the position task book, and I talked about the exercise that we want to do in the future. So let's say you get the class done, the position task book. There's no mechanism, there's no policy at the state level for saying, okay, we've reviewed your package, and yes, you are deemed qualified to function in that NIMS capacity, that NIMS position. Now, I know AUXCOMM is an official NIMS position. John talked to that, but let's anticipate that happening in the future. I think that's an opportunity right there where the Virginia AUXCOMM community could come together and develop that annex to that policy that talks about this is the process by which folks would ultimately become approved as qualified to function in an AUXCOMM position. And that person that would be the ultimate authority for signing off on those people would be the SWIC. So Mike Keefe with VEDM, I know, has been the action officer for developing that CommU qualification policy, and his focus, he's part of the Virginia Cache, so his focus is probably going to be more on CommL, CommT, RADO, but I
Tom, are you still with us?
Tom has left the building.
That was awful sudden.
He lost
Brendan,
his
I'm
internet.
back.
Oh, okay. Welcome back.
Yeah, I lost my internet connection, I guess. The Wi-Fi failed me for a second. So,
all right.
Okay, so I talked to that. There's an opportunity there to participate in development of the qualification policy for CommU positions in Virginia. Great news, again, about the involvement of amateur radio operators with the cache. Also with the all hazard incident management team with Virginia, very active. I think that's an opportunity to work with them as well and show them your relevancy. VEDM, I know they have been making attempts to reinvigorate their amateur radio. I know they, under the previous SWIC Tom Krabs, they were reviewing the MOU for that. And again, stay engaged with VEDM. Participate with the regional committees. I would ask amongst yourselves who is participating in each of the regional interoperability committees, the RPAC-Is. And, for example, I know Dr. Joe is with Region 1, so the other regions 2 through 7, who is representing your interests with those regional committees? And if you need help linking up with those chairs, I'm more than happy to help you with that, provide you the point of contact info. And then lastly, the technical assistance program I talked about. We've got a couple of things on the books. Let's always keep something on the books for amateur radio. So once that class is done, I like to see, let's put in for another one. The only thing I would ask is let's develop that qualification policy for amateur radio. Let's develop the policy that we would recommend ultimately to the SWIC that would say, hey, this is the process we think people need to take for you to ultimately approve them as qualified as an AUXCOMM to operate in a NIMS ICS environment, i.e. the Virginia EOC or a locality's EOC.
Hey, Tom, would you mind sharing your video again?
Oh my gosh, sorry about that.
Yeah,
I
no
just
worries.
kept rambling on.
It's all good.
All right, let's see here. Yeah, let me.
It makes for a better show if we can see you.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to interrupt your flow.
No, actually, I was done with that brief.
There he is.
Yeah. Let's see if I can share it. Well, I'll tell you what, while I'm working on pulling up the next brief, we actually went through all my slides for that brief. So while I tee up the second brief that Brendan's going to help me with, actually, are there any questions?
We have two.
Talk through.
Okay. So let's see. Terry Buzzard is asking, how do you know who your COML person is in your city? Is that a chasm feature?
Chasm comes to mind. I could go in the chasm and identify who your COMLs are in your locality. So
I also have a chasm account, by the way.
Okay. All right.
So I could be helpful if that's necessary.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So let's get my point of contact info out there. Let me see if I can share my information here. There we go. Apologize. I work with Teams, so Zoom is kind of new to me.
Technology.
All right. Yeah.
Do you want to take a couple other questions, or do you want to just keep going?
No, please fire away. What other questions do we have?
So this is an interesting one. Who does the COML person work for?
Situation dictating. So, you've got COMLs across the landscape. And to John's point, you remember he mentioned that you've got to be affiliated with a public safety discipline. So your COMLs are generally going to be firefighters, law enforcement, 911 folks, EMTs. So they will provide COML expertise to their agencies or jurisdictions generally. So that's pretty much how it works.
All right. Got two related questions.
Okay.
How do you update your information in Chasm system? And then the other person asked Chasm ? So I'm assuming a lot of people don't know what Chasm is.
Yeah. So I'm not a Chasm expert, but and of course it's another acronym and it escapes me right now, but it's a DHS repository for tracking commu trained personnel, regardless of the class they take, any of the commu classes. And then what's neat about it is organizations can request an account and use it to manage both their personnel and their equipment. And then that enables, other things like the EMAC request. If you're going to try to do mutual aid, you've got a DHS secure system that can be used as a platform to facilitate that.
And we have somebody chiming in reminding us that it's Communication Assets Survey and Mapping Tool.
Thank you.
And then Ross, who asked Chasm ? You were in the 2019 AUXCOMM class that I organized, and you are listed as AUXCOMM trained under Fairfax AUXCOMM.
Excellent.
And anybody else who took that training class at that time is also, and anybody that took that training and on the last day when you filled out that I attended this class form, if you put a check mark in the include me in Chasm, then you're there. And I have confirmed that all those people are there. I'll shut up now.
Hey, Brendan, this is John.
Yes, sir.
Anybody that takes one of the commu classes, they automatically go into Chasm. Our people do that. They're automatically listed as a trainee.
Right.
Okay.
Got it.
Only after the position textbook or possession task book gets signed off can that label change to certified.
Perfect. Thank you, John.
Hey, Brent, I got a question for either Tom or John.
Go for it.
Okay, I was took the COML class back around 2014, 2015. Okay, and never got any. Well, this is not picking on anybody, but never got a follow up as far as what's to be expected afterwards. Is there a length of time that the certification once you become a COML is good for?
John, you want to take that one?
It only becomes important when you want to become an instructor, because then you get down to dates. But once you've taken a COML course, you're considered a COML without any updates, at least for right now. Now, if FEMA EMI, who watches over the COML program for all the federal entities, decides to change their mind at some point, that notice will go out. Right now, once a COML, always a COML.
Thanks very much.
And just to follow up on that, if John's completed that course and is considered a COML, if he's not listed in CASM as such, what should he do?
Let Tom know immediately or get a hold of me. We'll make sure that's fixed if he's not in there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have the certificate that was given to me by VDEM. Okay, and so I can send that to you as a verification.
Does it say FEMA EMI on it?
John?
John?
Yeah.
Did you hear the
question? And they made up one.
They being?
VDEM.
Okay, we probably need to talk.
Sure, be happy to.
Okay.
All right, Tom, I think you're in the batter's box again.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll transition now to the second brief, AUXCOMM support, 59th presidential inauguration. Okay, so some background up front. So Charlie Gademi, he is the District of Columbia SWIC. He partnered with Fairfax Office of Emergency Management, Fairfax Amateur Radio ARES, to look at opportunities for amateur radio resources, amateur radio operators to provide enhanced situational awareness, in this case, Northern Virginia. And really, there was two purposes of this. Number one, to actually do that, to enhance situational awareness in Northern Virginia, and also to validate the expertise and the relevancy that amateur radio can bring to not just that event, but to other events in the future. So we did our planning. So overall there were 121 scheduled virtual meetings that we did to plan the communications for the inauguration. Of those, 5 were dedicated solely to amateur radio. Charlie Gademi, the SWIC, he has a law enforcement background. He retired as a major out of the U.S. Park Service, and he's always saying, I want to back up to the backup to the backup. So in his mind, he saw a mission for AUXCOMM. He wanted to include them in the plan, and he wants to include them in future plans. So I'm excited for the future for amateur radio in the District of Columbia. He sees them as a critical component of what he calls the ecosystem of communications, public safety communications, which is government to government, government to public, government to industry, public to public. So it's just all that, and all the technologies, which I touched on with the SCIP or with the SWIC in the previous brief, is all that together, all the different groups, all the different technologies just come together into this ecosystem. And all too often, unfortunately, you won't see amateur radio in there as much as it should be. And I think Charlie it's just refreshing to see his interest and enthusiasm for it. So when the plan was executed, we had, when it came to fruition, these are just some of the locations where AUXCOMM was stood up. And it's a couple things I want to point out here is, you see engine 24, I call these the expeditionary locations, there, I'll bet you a soda that engine 24 doesn't have a dedicated amateur radio room, but for the inauguration, they set it up. They had that capability there positioned at that firehouse. So I really like the flexibility that amateur radio has to set up on the fly in an expeditionary mode, to use a Marine Corps term. The Marriott, the manager at that Marriott facility is an amateur radio operator. So again, the beauty of this community is there's just people everywhere that do this. And if the opportunity affords it, as it did for him, he can leverage that ability, that expertise that he has to contribute in that way that ultimately provides enhanced situational support for public safety. Okay, here's the ICS 205. I know that it utilized repeaters that were already established. And Brendan, I'll turn this over to you. I think you were instrumental in putting this together.
So me and my team were. I can't take all the credit. So yeah, we got the request actually through Zach at the Comms Cache because of their relationship in this setup, and Tom as well. And we worked with so the K4 HTA repeater is the Vienna Wireless Society 2-meter repeater that's on top of the Capital One building, covers well beyond DC, including DC. And then we reached out to the W4 AVA folks as well as a backup, just in case. And then DMR as needed on the Nova Local talk group. And we were lucky. This was this event was, well, you all watched it happen. So nothing happened, and that was a good thing. Although we did have a good number of check-ins, and the request was situational awareness reports, particularly inside the red and the green zones, defined by, was it, who defines that? Capitol Police or Secret Service actually defines the red and the green zones. And then situational awareness reports outside into Northern Virginia. And what they were looking for were things like, are there people staging on the side of 270 to do something nefarious? Or are we hearing comms that on amateur radio frequencies that are not amateur radio folks or related? And before the inauguration, there was some hubbub downtown, and there was some illegal communications on the W4 AVA repeater where people were communicating about meeting locations, and they were not identifying using amateur radio call signs. They were using unit numbers like unit 12, unit 14, things like that. And what they did is they just took that repeater offline to squash that communications. And we were prepared to do that with K4 HTA. And most of the DMR repeaters that cover Northern Virginia, a fair amount, not most, are co-located with the K4 HTA repeater on top of the Capital One building. And it's a tight-knit little community of repeater owners. So everybody was on board and monitoring for anything bad. And we were ready to pull the switch if we had to. Most of these repeaters are remotely controllable, so we can power them off over the internet. Things like that. We can disable the ability to retransmit via DTMF tones or over the internet. So this was the 205 that was built to support those requests. Tom?
Okay, thank you. So we put pen to paper, and when we developed our PACE plan, primary, alternate, contingent, expedient communication backup. I talked about Charlie wanting to have the backup to the backup to the backup, and that fifth tier is AUXCOMM. That's what we were looking at. If primary failed, we would start gravitating towards implementing AUXCOMM communications if we had to. Now, there's challenges with that, and I'll talk about that. I mean, we've got to strengthen the DC AUXCOMM program, and I'll talk about that later in this brief. But the concept is feasible, and it provides an answer to the question he has. Is, you know, I need redundancy in my communications plan if we had a very bad situation where the primary system would go down. So we codified that in the inauguration communications plan. We demonstrated the best we could by collaborating with Fairfax, but in the future we need to grow it obviously with Maryland as well. Okay, this is just the area that we're operating. This is public source from the Washington Post. But the red dot, I'll just take you to that red dot there and bring your attention to that. That is where the Marriott was. So again, having an individual who was already a trained operator working that day at the Marriott, who was willing to be an observer and part of the plan that Brendan was involved in, and providing that situational awareness was huge. So it just goes to show you what we can do with this if we continue to grow it. Here was the mission for the plan. I won't read it verbatim. You can read it as good as I can, but this gives you an idea what the mission was, what we're trying to get done. Primarily provide situational awareness in the green and red zones and outlying areas as people would check in. Then ultimately, what was our intent? What was the end state desired? And I think we did that. I think we showed that AUXCOMM has matured in Fairfax County to provide those capabilities we need for enhancing situational awareness for public safety. And then the ConOps. So let's on game day, let's talk about how this worked. And Brendan, I'll turn that back to you to talk about, please.
Yeah, sure. So the request that we had was to provide situational awareness nets via amateur radio. And if we were to have captured something that was reportable, we would have used our web EOC, not WebEx, but web EOC, I think is what should be there. Tom, is that what you meant?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a typo. That should be web EOC.
Yeah,
sorry
no
about
worries.
that.
No worries at all. So another one of the requirements for elevated participation in ARES AUXCOMM in the county is web EOC training. So we all have web EOC accounts. One of the common things we do on a regular basis is we upload our Wednesday evening net reports. But when there is a situation or an activation, our role would change from just updating net reports to whatever it is they're requesting us to upload via or share via WebEOC. WebEOC is a tool, interactive tool that allows a single entity like Fairfax or Alexandria or whomever to see a snapshot of what's going on in the region, in the Council of Governments participation, the 10 jurisdictions surrounding DC. It might be more now. I don't know for sure. If and only if we had something to report into WebEOC were we to use WebEOC, and there was nothing actionable on this day. So we did not use, we were prepared to, but we did not use it. There was just nothing to report. I think, so the main repeater that was used is located in Tyson's Corner, Virginia, on top of the Capital One building. And we had operators in every direction, to include a few operators in the red and green zones, local folks that live in DC that were, for instance, taking their handy talkies to their rooftop to communicate. That was a fun experiment, and it worked. One of the good takeaways from that is some people from the Maryland DC section of the ARRL reached out to me and said, oh, why, how come you guys are doing this from Fairfax? Why aren't we doing this? And again, it's about relationships. I know Tom and I know the Comms Cache guys, and those were the people that were directly involved and passed the request over to me. And this solution was because there wasn't a solution available in DC, right? And that's what we're after this happened, we are now all trying to get the DC amateur radio folks excited about supporting the DC HS EMA people. Did you want anything else, or was that enough for you?
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
Sure.
So to wrap it up, I mean, I think the future looks bright for DC amateur radio. I mean, the SWIC is a huge fan. He is convinced he wants it part of his planning process. He wants it part of the PACE, which now is going to be policy for the PACE has to be developed for any major event in the district. And he sees AUXCOMM playing a part in that. So the DC amateur radio program needs some work, and he's going to try to do his best to reinvigorate it.
Are you open for walk-ins?
Hey, John Roberts, could you mute your phone? Mute your audio, please.
So yeah, a lot of excitement with the SWIC. He definitely liked what he saw for the inauguration, and he wants to continue to grow the AUXCOMM capability for the district. So that's about it. I think it's a good news story, and I'm excited to be part of it. So, you know, again, as an emergency communications coordinator with ECD, it is my full-time job to support folks like you and really anyone interested in public safety communications, to help them work on their project, solve their challenge, and if we can bring technical assistance support to bear to facilitate that. All of you, and really everyone in public safety who's interested in communications has many hats they wear. You know, they have their day jobs, so to speak, and they just don't have time to focus on stuff like they'd want to in a perfect world. I'm one person, but I do this full time. So let's see, my point of contact info. Yes, there's my point of contact information. I'm always available. Reach out to me if you have a question that you think of, or if there's something that, you know, you want to talk about that you like to collaborate with. I'm more than willing to support. Like a good former Marine, I don't like to say no. I'll say yes. I want to support you. We just got to make sure we pull in the right people, and definitely want to always have our SWIC involved. Always want him to be read in on what we're doing. So with that, I'll open the floor up to any questions.
Looks like there aren't any in the hopper right now, but you guys have any questions for Tom? Wow, your presentation was so good, you answered everybody's questions.
Wow. All right. Sounds good. Hey, thanks for the opportunity. I really appreciate it, Brendan.
Absolutely. So thank you, Tom. Really appreciate both you and John coming. Everybody, all the presenters, really appreciate that. Oh, that was weird for a second. You were sharing my face on your screen. I got a little scared. So let's see, so some people saying thank you for the presentation in the chat. If you do have any questions, please put them in the Q&A window, and let's open questions up for any of the presenters right now, since there's nothing specifically for Tom. Does anybody have any questions at all regarding anything you learned today?
Hey, Brendan.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to, I have the questions for Greg that we did not get to. I have those lined out if you want me to go through those.
Take it away. Let's do that.
All right. Greg, two-part question. What software was used for the second generation map? And I'll let you answer that first. What software was used for the second generation map?
Well, unfortunately for me, that's an easy question. And the answer is I don't know, because theoretically part of being a leader is delegating and then staying out of the way of those experts who do the work for you. So if you look at the map, if you go to the winlinkwednesday.net website and look at the participant map, there's contact information for Steve Palmer, my expert who has been so generous with his time and expertise.
He's also here today. He might type in an answer if he has one.
Right. But yeah, that was all the work of Steve Palmer, KW4 SHP. And I'm grateful for his work.
Excellent. The second part of this question was, are you working with the American Red Cross? They have twice yearly national drills. This year they started monthly WinLink Thursdays, similar to what you are doing.
So I did work with the Red Cross. Their first exercise was, I believe, last May. And I worked with them and I served as a regional clearinghouse station. So the day of their exercise, I received a bunch of messages from this region, and WinLink Wednesday's growth prevented me from being involved beyond that. And I know that their WinLink Thursdays, or whatever whether it's weekly or monthly right now, I know that they took that idea from WinLink Wednesday. So I guess that's just another proof that it works.
Excellent. Is WinLink Wednesday connected to ARES?
WinLink Wednesday is not connected to ARES. It is completely independent, and we are welcoming all participants who want to be a part. So if you're an ARES member, great. If you're not an ARES member, that's fine as well. My goal is just to get people to be comfortable and turn them into experts with using WinLink.
Some EOCs don't see the need for HF. Would you say that WinLink Wednesday shows the need for HF in the EOC at a minimum to communicate to Richmond?
So I would say yes. Perhaps it's more important for those of us on the west side of the Blue Ridge, but I have a hard time imagining that those of you who are in the DC metro area could reach Richmond on anything other than HF as far as amateur radio goes. The other important thing that we have to do, though, is we have to bring the Virginia EOC up to speed and in both hardware and individual capabilities to be able to receive any kind of messages that we might send.
Are you looking for events or activities to deploy WinLink equipment? Having actual events provides a good reason for getting more people to participate than just having a weekly in or out net.
So I am not personally looking for events. I can tell you that WinLink Wednesday extends from WinLink Tuesday, when I send out the reminder message, through all day on Wednesday, and through a portion of Thursday when I'm collating and disseminating the results of the net. However, I'm certainly interested in any opportunity to make WinLink of use. I'm currently using it with some of the hospitals over here in the Shenandoah Valley. And we're planning to be expanding that to probably include a WinLink net for probably around 13 hospitals here near and around the Shenandoah Valley.
Okay, excellent. How many check-ins did we have last week?
We had 406 messages from 304 unique users. Some people checked in more than once using, as I said before, multiple modes or multiple locations.
And last question, can you explain WinLink at the basic level? Like what software for HF and VHF, what forms, where do they come from? For the net, is it interactive at all?
Sure. Normally my WinLink explanation is an hour-long presentation, but WinLink in its simplest form is simply email via amateur radio. The primary software dedicated to it is called WinLink Express. It's available as a free download, and if you love it, I highly recommend that you register your program for the nominal fee. It's fully functional if you don't register and pay the money. You just get the occasional nag screen that says that offers the opportunity to register. Other people are using other pieces of software. I know that Windows haters are using things like PAT, and it will interface with the WinLink system, perhaps not with the full functionality. The forms that we are using in WinLink Wednesday, there's a great number of forms that are built into the WinLink Express software. And those who are using software other than WinLink Express are devising and have devised a few workarounds to be able to generate the forms. But the WinLink development team has done a stellar job of developing and maintaining forms for use, not only with ICS, but There's weather forms. There's they recently developed a "Did you feel it" form that's used with the USGS for reporting whether you felt an earthquake. There's forms that are dedicated to hospitals. Those kinds of things are all built in to WinLink Express.
Excellent, thank you. And those were the questions, Brendan, that were from before. You are muted.
But I'm muted, and that, my friends, is the most used quote during COVID. You are muted. So I just figured I had to, be muted. So do you want to let Scott ask some questions? Or you just want to carry on?
No, go ahead. No, have at it.
Scott, you want to play? Are you still with us?
Yep, I'm here.
Awesome.
All right. Now I don't have any set questions, but I'm available to take questions related to.
There's a few in the Q&A.
Oh, okay. Here. Which ones?
If they're in Q&A in open status, then they haven't been asked yet.
Yeah, these look like more like comments, though.
Okay. Okay, yeah, you are correct. Anybody have any other questions?
I did notice that Steve Palmer answered the question about how the maps are being created.
So Steve says maps were developed using Google Maps API with a bunch of back office scripts written in Perl, but could be in any language.
And Steve is also doing the maps for the ARCs as well.
Right. Thank you, Steve. You make excellent maps. I love seeing my name on there. Let's see. Some comments about ARES using NVIS from this area, Northern Virginia, to reach VDEM. Anybody have any other questions? It's been a long day. It's been a long couple of days for me.
If I could add something to the NVIS comment.
Go for it.
So as I mentioned a long time ago, my goal was to improve WinLink usage within Virginia. I have a very modest station. I do not run an amplifier. I'm using a full-size G5RV that is about 25 feet above ground at one end, and it's about 8 feet above ground at the other end. And it's oriented northwest to southeast. Not only are folks all around Virginia able to contact me via peer-to-peer, but I routinely get check-ins from Alabama, Tennessee, both North and South Carolina, New York. I also have one station, and I need to ask this guy what he's using. I have a guy in Nebraska that manages to check in peer-to-peer with me in the evening session. And I'm confident that he's not exciting very many electrons on the wire on my antenna. So NVIS is what I'm all about because I'm more interested in regional communication. So it's the perfect solution to reach Richmond from just about anywhere.
Thank you. We have a question from Liz, a recent relocation from Northern Virginia into DC, asking Tom or John, can you provide any more detail right now how you plan on engaging amateurs in the district? I know that there's things going on, and I'm just not sure how much of it is.
Yeah, I'll say the short of it, there's things in the work, and I always like the SWIC to take the lead with engaging with his jurisdiction. So I try to avoid the direct interaction. I rather put the SWIC out there in front because it better enables them to do their job, because again, it gets back to relationships and that coordinating aspect, and the more partnerships they can form, the more effective they are. To answer your specific question, Charlie is working on a formal plan with DCHCMA, Homeland Security Emergency Management Agency, to get that program reinvigorated. And it's going to involve troubleshooting the equipment they have on hand, to developing, SOPs, on how they're going to inject that capability back into the HCMA operations and for planned and unplanned events. So more to follow, and take my email down. Let's connect via email, and then what I can do is I can share your contact information with Charlie. And as I want to say, he may have within HCMA a program manager already identified to manage this. So that person would be probably who you need to be linked up with via Charlie, our SWIC for DC. So shoot me an email and I'll try to get you hooked up with him.
Yeah, this is also very early in the planning stages of this,
yeah,
the DC thing, so it might take a little bit of time. All right, we have another question. I'm not sure who it's geared toward, but anybody want to answer? Does the state have any ideas on statewide comms other than DMR? Everybody just jumping out of their seat to answer that one.
So statewide comms for Virginia.
Yeah, probably from an amateur perspective, I would imagine the question comes.
I'll take that one, Brendan.
Sure.
Not to my knowledge, there could be something in the background that another group in the state is doing, but hasn't really, brought out that desire. But DMR, it's always been talked about as being a statewide communications vehicle for amateur radio. So the hoping is that we get people in the state, not just ARES, but as other interests, to develop a network in the state using DMR. But it's just a matter of getting these people together, okay, and talk about as a group and plan as far as how we would approach. Talk about locations and the money factor and all these kind of things, to where we could have a comprehensive network. I know some states had that already years ago, and unfortunately, Virginia doesn't have such an animal. It'd be great to see that happening, and maybe this would be a point here that we could see that become a possibility.
Yeah, and just to carry on that, there is the Virginia statewide talk group 3151. Somebody mentioned that in chat. There is also, I think I've seen, I wasn't able to find it quickly, but a Virginia ARES talk group. We've been talking about creating a talk group up here in Northern Virginia for that purpose, and standing up some DMR nets within the ARES community. But then again, just because it's within the ARES community doesn't mean that it's only ARES people that are welcome. It's amateur radio, any net, as far as I'm concerned, anybody can join, whether you're affiliated with the club or ARES or RACES or AUXCOMM, and there's a net that you want to chime in on. In my opinion, you have every right to chime in. So good luck with that approach. And I do agree with John that we do need a statewide action to organize whatever it is, a new DMR talk group that's going to cover the state, something specifically for ARES RACES folks. It's, we need to do a better job as leaders in amateur radio of getting together and sharing these ideas and making them become robust solutions.
Well, let me share one type of situation. We've been talking down here in Virginia Beach, having a DMR set up, but again, the thing is real estate as always, and try to get the public officials to recognize us as an asset and be able to set that kind of thing up. I mean, Brandon, you had an excellent setup as far as in Northern Virginia, as far as the emergency management groups, or the government side to support you. And that's the kind of thing we need to have down here. And in order for the statewide to have something like this, I agree with you. This is not just ARES, it's just the development of amateur radio as a whole. But we need to get people like this group here with the Tom and John to come down and tell the management, like at VDEM, okay, say, hey, we're an asset. We've been trying to well, we've been talking with VDEM as far as getting new MOU and things in place here, but because of COVID, it just, put things on a halt here. So we've been talking with VDEM, but it's been a while since that VDEM has reached out to us and, continue this discussion. But it needs to come from, the federal level down to the state, I think. We've been trying to go from the bottom to the top, and we can only go so far, and they can only listen so much. But it needs some kind of authority or some kind of action, whereas that, from the federal, I believe, to say, hey, you need to listen to, or, support us or listen to us, at least get an idea.
Yeah, I think from the federal level, we support you. I think the biggest problem Virginia's had at the state level, obviously, is just the SWIC job has been vacant for about 9 months on top of COVID. So a lot of these things, when it comes to governance, like reviewing an MOU and updating it, they can be done virtually. You can do that obviously via, Teams or WebEx or whatever. So I think when Gabe gets on board, it goes back to my earlier comment, is I think the amateur radio community for the Commonwealth of Virginia needs to decide what their priorities are, what they want to see get done that requires support from some degree from the state and ultimately from the feds, and let's work together. So again, I would get on Gabe's calendar sooner than later. I think the briefs he gave today were wonderful, very informative, be informative for him, even though he's got a 911 and LMR background, but probably needs to get brushed up on the amateur side of it. So anyway, just from some food for thought.
I agree with you, Tom. I think possibly if once that the guys from Vienna Wireless get this video edited, we should make it available to the gentleman there and let him review that, and we can follow up with a meeting.
Well, these
sounds good.
They sound like great ideas. And, like I was mentioning just previously, it's kind of on us, the ones that are the ARES leadership in Virginia, to make that, make those things happen. So let's take that as an action item and continue the conversation. There's a comment about what about getting on the STARS interop? I think that's something that, I don't know, does anybody here care to give that a stab?
STARS, the state agency radio system. Not a STARS expert. The best way to raise that issue probably be via the SEEK, is to present the idea of some type of interoperability capability to be established. And just kind of thinking right now, I'm not sure exactly how that would be orchestrated, but the concept at least could be presented for the SEEK. The state police are represented on the SEEK. Captain Bradshaw, I believe, is their communications director. That idea and any other ideas that would impact any type of state agency or involve collaboration with them, the correct form is probably to have it briefed at the SEEK, and at least at that point try to gain consensus for the concept, and then from there go forward trying to develop some type of plan.
Awesome. Thanks, Tom. Sounds like most of these solutions are take some time. Nothing's quick.
Yes, and it involves people.
Yeah.
And oftentimes governance. We have the technology, it's on the shelf or we can buy it, but 90% of the time it's a people issue. You got to get the right people together and gain consensus.
All right, probably a discussion topic more than a question here, but speaking of real estate, issues in getting ham repeaters on good locations. Does the federal state government offer tax incentives for building owners to allow amateur equipment to be installed at their facility? Money talks, ... Well, I can speak on us getting Vienna Wireless Society getting our repeater, 2-meter repeater moved to a commercial building in Tyson's Corner. I don't know this for a fact, but I can probably assume that rooftop space on a building like where our repeater is installed, if we were to have paid for that, probably would have been quite expensive. I know that they made a decision not to use their rooftop as a commercial money-making endeavor for cell phone companies and things like that. At the time we moved our repeater, we had an inn as an employee at that location, and he started with a DMR repeater up there and then brought us along. And now there are 5 DMR repeaters on that roof and our analog repeater. And then I know a little bit about the NVFMA and their locations on top of commercial space in the same neighborhood. For those examples, there's been no charge. And you know, it's a give and take, and it's a negotiation, and it's down to relationships. And in my experience, the good locations are usually overfilled already, and RF just wouldn't work on a lot of those rooftops. But under the flag of helping your community and providing public service as an amateur organization, we've had good luck, and I've heard great stories from other organizations where no money was involved. So that's I'm just assuming that the air above Tyson's Corner is as expensive as any other air anywhere. So I think it's about relationships at that point. Let's see. Are there Virginia ARES nets on DMR? I am unable to answer that question. I think I've stumbled across a Virginia ARES talk group at one point, but I don't think I've ever heard of a Virginia ARES net on DMR. If anybody knows anything different, speak up or type something. All right, nothing there. Anybody else have any questions? All right, well, I want to thank all the participants and all the panelists for giving up a good portion of your Saturday today to support the Vienna Wireless Society and the Virginia Section Convention. I think this went over very well. I'll be grouping up with the other track admins a little while and figure out how they did. From some of the pictures I see floating around, it looked like a raging success. So again, thank you to all the panelists and thank you to all the participants. There was a lot of good information shared here. I don't know if slide presentations will be made available, but I do know for sure that in short term, all 3 tracks and all presentations will be made available on the Vienna Wireless Society YouTube page. And I suggest that you go find that and subscribe to that page. A little dig for the club here. We meet twice a month and we have 2 meeting topics each meeting. So that's 4 topics per month. Everything is recorded and edited down and shared on our YouTube page. Lots of really good information out there. And just a general amateur radio call out for all the other clubs all over the state of Virginia. If you are a regular user of a club's repeater system and you have not yet joined that club and paid some dues, just keep in mind that it is quite costly to buy equipment and maintain equipment. And all of us would appreciate your membership. Something that I do and a couple of my close friends do is we join all the different clubs. It's nothing really expensive, right? $25. Some of them are $10 for a year's membership. And if you use that repeater system, for me, I like to give back a little bit to each of the clubs. So I belong to about 5 clubs, but I'm ultimately involved in Vienna Wireless Society and the Northern Virginia FM Association. So consider joining a local club and supporting amateur radio. I think we're done. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Brendan.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Brendan. Take care, everybody.
Sure, John. We'll talk soon.